Hello, everyone. Lovely, lovely being here. It's of course a Thursday. Last week we couldn't meet because of my back aching, and this week we have a new arrangement. As you might have seen, um, I'm standing and speaking. So it's lovely being here. I can see Sister Esther is there, Brother Wisdom and Chaos, Priyanka, Tim, John, Guardian, Matthew, Ornament, uh, Stemis, and others. Thank you very much. And I think our lovely Muslim friend, Mr. Maser's bodyguard, might also be here, from what I can see, the Bacons, the user. Anyway, great to be here. Let's see how things go today. I'm still not entirely recovered, but hopefully, standing and speaking should help a little bit in terms of doing long hours. So it's a Thursday, 6 p.m. London time. What do we do Thursday, 6 p.m. London time? We engage with Muslims and we help them understand that Islam is a very terrible religion. Islam is not of God. It's not meant to be taken seriously, except in understanding that it is evil. So, of course, non-Muslims should be aware of this, should be alert to this. We as a nation in the UK and elsewhere, we should be alert to the fact that Islam should not take roots here in our nation. For the Muslims, the point would be that, well, better late than never. You better leave Islam and try and at least salvage your life in terms of the years left in your life. For instance, for Maser's bodyguard who is here, it might be only a few years. So it's important for him to salvage and not waste even that. So that is what we do on Thursdays in our live stream. And I'm glad to be here again. Thank you very much for being patient and kind to me last week when I couldn't come. So let's pray and get started. Father, we come before your throne of grace, Lord. Thank you for this time. Lord, you are a great God. You are a marvelous God. You are a wonderful God. Lord, I had the privilege of going through the Old Testament prophets all over again. Taking through some significant notes and so on. So to go through and to understand your heart for the nation of Israel, your heart for the Christians, your heart for the world is phenomenal. It's phenomenal. And we are delighted to be your children. And Lord, thank you for the atonement that was made available in your precious Son, Jesus, who went to the cross for us. God Almighty, the Good Shepherd, going to the cross for us, taking upon our sin and our shame, and shedding your precious blood, our precious Lord Jesus, for us. Awesome privilege. Thank you very much, Lord. I say thank you, but I think we'll spend an eternity to thank you. And even that wouldn't be sufficient. So good thing we have an eternity to thank you. Lord, even today, Lord, our stream, we commend our stream in your hands. We pray that through your Spirit, Lord, that our stream would be useful for Muslims, for non-Muslims, for everyone, that people might wake up to this utter evil, the polar opposite of the Bible, the biblical worldview called Islam and the Islamic worldview, that they would be open, that they would be awake, that they would be wakened up to this reality, so we can save individuals, we can save nations through your Holy Spirit, Lord. Commend ourselves in your hands. Help us have productive, meaningful conversations today. Bring many Muslims, Lord. Please bring many sincere Muslims. Even today, in a place, I met a gentleman who warmly wished me. And only subsequently, I got to know that he was actually a Muslim. And he explained how he actually is learning many things and so on. So it's really a great privilege that many people are, even Muslims, are opening up their eyes to the truth. So we commend ourselves in your hands. We pray for your rich blessings to be upon everyone. Please bring many sincere Muslims to us so we can have sincere conversations, man to man, a human being to a human being. Help us, we pray. Commend all things in your hands. Thank you for the cross. Thank you, Lord, our precious Lord Jesus. Thank you. Thank you, Lord. Commend us in your hands. In Jesus' precious name we pray. Amen. Amen. Dear friends, it's great being here. Of course, like I said earlier, great being here. Now, let's get started. The theme for the day is that Islam is evil. We've done this a number of times in the past, and people who have been following us would know that no one has been able to debunk, no one has been able to even provide a proper explanation, not even remotely, to the challenges that we were raising. And so, we, of course, morality is a major area in relation to Islam, and not just Islam, in relation to all false religions that we'll be raising up and saying, look, this is not of God. And so Islam is evil. Islam is evil in every sense. I've challenged multiple times people at Speaker's Corner. There is nothing good in Islam. Nothing good. I mean it. I mean this. There is nothing good in Islam. And as I was taking notes on this theme a long time ago, as I went through the Quran carefully, I initially went through the Quran to get a broad overview and then specific details and whatnot. And then I wanted to understand Islam in a thematic way. So I went through the Quran to take points on specific themes. I have fairly extensive notes, by the way. Muslims, you might want to be aware of this. I have A4 sheets, about 200 odd pages, not fully formed statements, sort of short form points, 200 odd pages on your Quran, extensively studied the Quran. And so I'm not saying what I'm saying because I want to do some harm. I want to, just because, on religious grounds, I want to oppose something. No, I am saying what I'm saying because this is true. And one of the thematic studies I did on the Quran was to try and see if there is something good in Islam. And I genuinely thought, I might find something good in Islam. And I figured out that actually there is nothing good in Islam. Nothing good in Islam. So, and that's why we have the theme today: Islam is evil. And so, what for Muslims today, Bacons and others, Rajan Najam, you should instead of I don't know, is it a joke or I don't know what this is? Instead of doing these silly things like children, you might want to show up in our stream to engage with us in conversations. So today, for those Muslims who are hiding, you can join the stream by clicking on the link, which I think Brother Joe might have already pinned. Oh, there might be already someone here. So let's get him quick. I see. Well, while we get the gentleman quickly, Brother Matthew, I can see essentially we ran into issues in relation to. I'm really, really sorry. When we run into all sorts of issues in relation to delivering books outside of non-UK, so outside of UK, all sorts of issues in this, and this is where we have actually made our book right now available on Amazon. So please bear with me. I know in terms of European orders, yours is one of a few European orders that we have received. I'm really sorry about the delay, but please bear with me. I'll give you appropriate guidance in relation to how we can tackle this. It's possible that I might request you to place an Amazon order, because Amazon, of course, they do their delivery and whatnot. It's all sorted out in Amazon. So for those who place an order on Amazon, of course, we are no longer involved in that process. So hopefully, delivery should arrive on Amazon time. And so please bear with me. For anyone else who has been waiting for books, please bear with me. You've been really kind to me in all sorts of different ways. I really appreciate. Thank you very much. Now we have a Muslim gentleman in the backstage, so hopefully he should be able to provide some help to us. Brother Joe, maybe we'll get Abdul on stage. Hello, Abdul.
Hello, brother Steven. What's up?
How are you doing?
I am good. Can I say something?
Please, are you a Muslim
You're,
yourself or
I'm an ex-Muslim.
ex-Muslim? So you're not a Muslim now. Okay.
Yeah.
Um, I was hoping to get a Muslim on stage
Is
first.
there a Muslim on stage? Oh.
No one is waiting, but who knows? Maybe we'll spend 2 minutes. Please go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that one of the first things that made me doubt was when you came to speakers corners to debate with Adnan Rashid. You were debating about Islamic history. It was about that. Give me the proof of Uthman that Uthman or Muhammad existed, and you told him to prove it using outside sources, not Islamic sources, and he was very stumped by that question. And I saw how he tried to deflect and said that, "Do you want the exact container of what Muhammad ate or what Uthman ate?" And I saw that you handled that situation very boldly and very nicely, and that's what started all my journey of questioning. It was I think it was your video that I first saw that introduced me to a polemics.
Um, um, I can't remember. Madman. I call Adnan Rashid the Madman Masjid. Was it? Are you sure it was a conversation with Madman Masjid? It might have happened. I can't remember. I had a couple of brief
Hmm.
conversations with him. He always
Yeah,
remembered me. I did have a conversation on the historicity of Islam's origin account with Uttran,
yeah,
um, but Madman Masjid I can't remember. Um,
right.
Not sure, but in any case, you are entirely right that the early caliphs, the significant caliphs of Rashidun Caliphate are
Yeah.
non-existent in historical accounts.
Yeah, I mean that was the case in point that you mentioned, which I really saw, and I really started researching on historical accounts, and I couldn't find any mention of a man named Muhammad or Uthman or Umar or Abu Bakr named in the historical sources. I
Yeah,
only found parables or people referred to as heretics or Gnostics, not Islam. As in, the earliest we have would probably be the mention of an Arabian Aryanistic cult. That's like the only mention that we have from Arabia in the 7th century. I've never seen Muhammad be mentioned by name from external sources or the major three caliphs.
yeah, very true. Muhammad of Islam is not attested to uh, in history. And by that, believe it or not, it's not just the non Islamic sources, even early Islamic sources, including the Quran, is bereft of information on Muhammad of Islam. This is what people normally say. Muslims would normally say, "Hey, look, we don't have many mentions of Muhammad because he's a humble man." The reality is, we don't have many mentions of the name Muhammad in the Quran because Muhammad of Islam did not exist. The movement began in a very different way. So thank you very much. I'm really glad. Are you now? Where are you currently? Have you become? Are you in the process of becoming a Christian? Have you
No, I
considered?
am. I am one. Like I became one.
You became a Christian. That's lovely.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
a delight to hear.
It was through your videos with Adnan where he clipped you, and I was like, okay, what? Like at first I was like, what is this dude talking about? How does Muhammad not exist? And I was like, what? Let me check out what he's saying. And then I saw the video, and you were completely humiliating Adnan. I don't know what he was saying. He was glitching out. Like he started saying that, do you want this, and not providing any evidence. He was just insulting you. He was just insulting you.
Lovely. So I'm really sorry, but my memory is bad. I can't remember Madman Masjid conversation, but perhaps you're mixing up a couple of different characters here. But in any case, if uh, if if you have been able to get to the bottom of this and leave Islam,
Yeah.
that's marvelous
Yeah,
news. Thank you very
I
much.
mean, thank you so much for having me. I'm sorry for taking up your time. Really, really, I would hope you get to the Muslims. I'm very sorry if I took up your space. I'm
Please,
really
please,
sorry.
please don't be sorry. It's a delight to speak to you. God's blessings. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, bro.
Thank
Bye
you.
bye.
God's blessings. Bye, 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 bye. Lovely. So we have Mr. Bacon's in the background. While we try to get Bacon's on the stream, could I please request? Everyone, if you're able to like the stream right now, and perhaps even quickly mention in the live chat that you have like that would be really useful. Please, if you can take 10 seconds or so to do that, that'll be lovely. If you haven't liked the stream yet, please, if you can do that. Thank you very much, BXT. Um, please like the stream so YouTube can forward the fact of us doing the stream right now to more people, please. Thank you much. Thank you, Brother Ulman. Thank you. Thank you much. Cool. While lovely. So let's Brother Joe, let's get Bacon's online. Let's see if Bacon's, unlike last time, would actually engage properly this time. Hello, Bacon's. Hello, Insan. Hello. Hello, Ethan. Oh, he's gone. Yeah, this is what Bacon's normally does, doesn't he? Just show up here. Perhaps I don't know if he does it deliberately or if he's just if his connection is so terrible. Bacon shows up here and he never engages in a conversation. If you're a Muslim who's watching, you should be challenged. You should be shaken to the core. This is a serious problem. If someone says that Islam is evil, especially if I even go to the extent of saying there is nothing good in Islam, everything about Islam is terrible, evil, then you should be challenged. You should be worried. Like the Muslim gentleman who wanted to take a picture with me earlier today. Initially, I thought, in the way he came across, I thought I met people in the streets who are both Muslims and non-Muslims, and non-Muslims. A number of people also say hello in the streets, but also Muslims also have said many times hello in the streets, and I've had a few very interesting conversations also, deep conversations, and I can, to all Muslims who are watching, I can clearly tell you that all Muslims with whom I've had conversations have really understood the challenges properly. They say, look, hey, once someone was terribly angry, a Muslim gentleman, and I asked him, look, I have nothing against you. Why are you angry against me? And then gave him a little bit of time to relax, and subsequently we were able to have a good conversation in the street. And I asked him ultimately, but did you understand the substance of the video that you watched? one of the videos he was pointing to that he watched, and he gave me exactly what my point was in the video. So I was really glad on that day. I was really glad to see that even though Muslims are initially, angry and whatever else because of the brainwashing religion, they are actually getting the point. They are actually getting the point that Islam is not from God. It doesn't have proper history. There is nothing noteworthy in Islam apart from its evil. And of course, it's noteworthy. Its evil is noteworthy in the sense of people needing to wake up to Islam and keep Islam away from our societies. Um, so, uh, so people are getting the point. So if you are a Muslim who is watching, unlike Bacon's, if you have any sense, Bacon's is this fellow you can see in the live chat. No sense. He shows up. I don't know what goes to his mind. But unlike Bacon's, if you have any sense, you should really take what is being discussed seriously. If Islam does not have anything good, then it's an area of a problem. It's an area of a problem. How can you follow a religion when it is so terrible? How can this be from God? How can evil be from God? If I could put it this way. So this is the challenge. So if you are a Muslim who is watching, please feel free to show up here in the stream, and let's discuss. To see if there is anything good in Islam. Brother Christoph, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Someone asks, would I say if Islam is more of a cult than a religion? Islam is a cult. Is a textbook definition of a cult in every single way. Let's put it this way. I genuinely think only the biblical worldview stands up to scrutiny. Every other worldview fails. Every other worldview, including Roman Catholicism and Eastern Orthodoxy and other similar anti-biblical worldviews, fail miserably. And when you explore things a little bit more, you find evil. The magnitude of evil differs between religions which are not of God, which is of the Bible. The magnitude differs, but clearly you would always find in all false religions evil. In some less, in some more. Islam is perhaps one of the worst, perhaps the worst in this particular area. Morality, evil. And so in terms of how it works, it's a brainwashing cult. It's a murderous death cult and so on. So you find these things. So just to be clear, when it comes to truth, reason, morality, ultimately finding out who true God is based on evidence and proper reason, people will end up only with Jesus, only with God of the Bible. And even with God of the Bible, with the realization that Jesus is in fact the Messiah, the atonement promised in the Old Testament for the sins of not just the nation of Israel, but also the nations of the world. So that's just to summarize. Yeah, this is the unfortunate reality. People have become so. One of the sincere problems we're dealing, one of the serious problems we're dealing with in Europe, especially, perhaps even maybe not so much in the US also, but not to this degree, perhaps. But in Europe, and elsewhere, one of the serious problems we're dealing with is apathy, where human beings are so apathetic to a pursuit of truth that that they are anti they're angry with the Christian worldview, because the Christian worldview claims that there is truth. So you see that here. I'm waiting for the first Muslim to join, to engage in a sincere conversation. First Muslim, but Bacons don't show up, please, not you. Clearly you can't even spell things properly, so please, not you. Someone else. Someone else who is interested in a sincere conversation, a Muslim who is interested in a sincere conversation, is who I am looking for in terms of being able to have a conversation today. If you're a Muslim who is watching and who wants to have a genuine conversation, I don't know if you've seen some of these streams in the past. We've had some wonderful conversations, friendly. For me, human beings are human beings. Even when they're brainwashed and are taken into terrible evil, they're still human beings. So I'm supposed to love them as my Lord Jesus commands me, and to educate them. And so we hopefully would have a friendly conversation, robust but friendly. My opposition is against the ideology, the evil ideology from which every human being has to be saved. Jesus Christ came to save the world, not just save a few people here and there, not just to save the nation of Israel, but to save the entire world, light of the world. So if you're a Muslim who's watching, I invite you to come here to have a conversation in relation to Islam. Is there anything good in Islam? Please help me understand. If you can demonstrate that there is something good in Islam, I would salute you and say, look, you've got a point there. If there is at least one good in Islam, my challenge to you is that in my sincere evaluation based on the source text, I'm not going by example Osama bin Laden or Muhammad al-Baghdadi or someone else. I'm going by the very source text. The very source text. I'm going by not even your hadiths. As a matter of fact, you might have seen that I seldom handle hadiths. For me, because hadiths, I myself don't have proper respect in terms of them representing early Islamic history, origin of Islam, Islam, first Islamic century properly. And so this is where I go to the Quran and I dissect the Quran to understand what is there. And I can genuinely say there's nothing good there. Nothing. Nada, zilch, zero, nothing. There is nothing good in Islam. Nothing. And so that's my challenge for any Muslim who wants to engage in a sincere conversation. Islam is not just a religion with nothing which is good, but is also a religion, and it's not just neutral. It's not just something with no positives. It is actually a religion, on the other hand, with all sorts of negatives. It's an evil religion. So Islam is evil, is what I would be demonstrating to those who come here. Where is the first brave Muslim who wants to come here to explain that there could be something good in Islam? Where is the first brave Muslim? Now, whilst we wait for the first brave Muslim, I saw someone who earlier asked me to summarize someone asked this, can you elaborate on the thesis that the previous caller was speaking of? Very simply, long story short, Until 50 years ago, no one questioned the origin. The Bacon's is here again, just to waste time. I don't know what faculties he has. This is ignore Joel. Just ignore this. Maybe we might even ban this Bacon's. Um, it just shows up here to disturb. Until 50 years ago, no one questioned the origin account of Islam for two different reasons. Number one, Islam wasn't so relevant in the Western world where people really critically question. And number two was that resources weren't available. The critical scholars didn't have access to resources to critically study the origin accounts, the claims of the origin account of Islam. So, for two reasons, Islam wasn't critically studied. But in the last 50 years, a number of scholars have critically studied, and a number of scholars have figured out glaring problems in the origin account. Glaring, not some little problem here, little problem there, but glaring holes. To an extent, you can even say Islam is one big black hole. Nothing seems to add up. One after another, everything seems to be a problem in terms of the origin account. And so that's what people have found in the last 50 years or so. And so that's where we are currently. So, and if you're asking what kind of problems that we have found based on evidence, I'm talking about based on evidence, any evidence, including evidence from the Islamic sources, as long as they are appropriately dated and so on. What are the problems we are finding? We are finding problems including things such as, hey, look, this story could never have happened in Mecca. This story, Muhammad of Islam could not have existed. Muhammad of Islam could not have fought against idolatrous, physical statue worshipping Arabs in Arabia. Why? Because Arabia wasn't idolatrous by the time Muhammad is supposed to have arrived. And the early caliphate, the first caliphate, what is meant to be the righteous caliphate, the Rashidun caliphate, could not have existed. And so on. The fundamental problems. Now, just to be clear, all evidence points to the fact that something terrible began around the 7th century. Something terrible, genocidal, anti-Semitic, anti-Christian, murderous, terrorist, anti-women, anti-human rights, anti-girl children, anti-children in general, anti-even Muslims. Terrible movement began in the 7th century. That we can see. Anti-reason, anti-truth, brainwashing cult and so on. Totalitarian, Nazi, fascist. By the way, all the terms that I'm throwing in are not terms that I won't be able to justify. Every single one I'd be able to give a lecture about. For each term in relation to Islam, I can give a 2 hours lecture on them, giving appropriate details from the Quran. So terrible. So something terrible happened in the 7th century. Just not this fancy Muhammad went there, Muhammad did this, Muhammad did that story. It's something else with some significant characters, but something else. So nothing supernatural, nothing revelatory, and whatever else. So that's what people have found. What hasn't happened so far is no one so far has been able to provide a compelling origin account which brings together details that we find in all sorts of different historically valid sources, archaeological, literary, and so on. No one has been able to give a story, explain what really happened. we can see these terrible things happened, but exactly how it began, exactly what the motivation was, and so on, the exact story in terms of the broad building blocks, no one has been able to provide so far. A number of critical scholars, world-renowned scholars, have attempted in providing explanations. Francois Desroches, Fred Donner, have suggested their own theories. Of course, you might have heard Patricia Crone, and similar other people have also given their sort of accounts, but some of them are a little bit wacky, some of them are not so wacky, but still not compelling in terms of bringing together all available artifacts. And this is where this is an area of deep research, and this is my area of my second book on Islam, which is Quran, the original Mein Kampf, where what I see as an account that brings together all details from the Quran and from elsewhere, and you'll see the evil nature in which Islam started. And so that's to explain the context there to the friend who had asked. Thank you very much. I can see a number of people are saying hello. Thank you very much. Absolutely, the gospel of Jesus Christ is marvelous, is worthy. In Jesus you find everything which is good, and it's a shame really that that not many are with Jesus currently, but hopefully they will be coming back. It's a copycat in one regard. It's not a copycat in some other regard. It's the exact opposite. Islam is the opposite of the biblical worldview in all sorts of different ways. God of the Bible hates lie. The Islamic Allah is the chief of all liars. God of the Bible wants people to reason. He himself lends him to be scrutinized through reason. There are a few different places in the prophets where he says, "Come, argue with me," and he even argues with nature and so on. And look, did I not do these things and so on? So the Islamic Allah, on the other hand, is someone who dumps down people. He says, "Don't ask questions. If you ask questions, it's terrible." So truth, lie, reason, anti-reason, women loving, men loving, women hating, men hating, children loving, children hating, girl children loving, girl children hating, all sorts of things. They are the exact opposites. What is the topic for today? That Islam is evil. Thank you very much, brother. Wisdom and chaos. Thank you. Islam is evil. If there is a Muslim who wants to come and engage in a conversation, you're most welcome to do. We're still waiting. It's 40 minutes past the start time, and we are still waiting. Still waiting to find one person to come here and give an explanation, make the case for why they might see that Islam perhaps is not evil. Where are the Muslims? Muslims, where are you? If Islam is not evil, where are you? Come and provide a case for why Islam is not evil. Where are you? Could I please, in the meantime, ask others if you haven't liked the stream yet, please. Could you please like the stream? That'll help us to perhaps reach at least a few more. So please keep us in prayer. We've been wrestling with as a family, as a team in ministry, and we've been wrestling with a few things. through God's grace, of course, the next book that is supposed to be released end of next month is on the history of Islam, the origin account of Islam. We still have issues with delivering books. The coming Islamic takeover, we still have issues, but it's currently on Amazon. The paperback is now available on Amazon, so that's the good news. So maybe I'll quickly show you how. Possibly. Give me one second. Okay, so if I show you your screen. So on Amazon, if you do, I think even if you do Arul Velusamy, I think it should show you our books. Of course, the good news book, by the way, I wasn't dealing with Amazon for a while, so even though we wanted to do this a long time ago, we didn't. The good news was on a much higher price point earlier. Now we have reduced it to the minimum we could bring on Amazon. Amazon provides a minimum flow. It says, "Oh, this is the minimum you can do." So if anyone wants a paperback of good news, that is here. If you have Amazon Prime, of course, you can get it in I think a couple of days delivered. That's the good news, introducing the historical Jesus and his biographies. Around 100 pages, a crisp account of why I think Jesus of history is Jesus of the Bible. The second book, of course, is the coming Islamic takeover of the West. And so that's now available on Amazon. And you can expect Amazon, delivery, whatever. If you have Amazon Prime or whatever else, you can expect delivery according to their schedule. So because it's on Amazon, it should be available in a number of markets already. So wherever there is Amazon locally, I think books. What I figured out, by the way, is that Amazon for books, they don't have local markets across the world. They have local markets, I think, in just over maybe 10 to 15 places, like the US, Canada, and a few different local places in local markets in Europe and so on. So in all these places, it should be relatively the book should be relatively affordable, in my view. But I realize, for example, if you need to order, for example, Israel, for example, is not a local market, for Amazon. So if you need to order a book from Israel, you are really ordering. I don't know where you normally order from the US or wherever. Which the book is maybe £10, and you pay a postage of £20. I don't know why Amazon does this, but that's what they're doing currently. Anyway, so that's the book on Amazon. You can actually read a sample on Amazon before you buy, if you want to do that. Now that's the second book, which is already available. Sorry, the first book on Islam, which is already available. The next book is, of course, Quran, the original Mein Kampf. And I've been exploring end-time related things, going through particularly the biblical prophecies concerning the end. And through God's grace, have been finding some very, very interesting things. I think, that's another subject area to handle, especially as we draw close to the end. So anyway, where is the first Muslim? Where is the first Muslim who is able to come here and provide an account? Islam is in tatters and all Muslims are hiding. Where is the first Muslim? Yeah, if where is the first Muslim? Someone says, I agree on your criticism of Islam, but I do not trust your criticism against the apostolic churches. No, I'm not asking you to trust me just because, freely. By all means, critically evaluate the challenges I am raising. Just to be clear to everyone who's watching, this term, quote unquote, apostolic churches. I believe in the true apostolic church, which is the church that goes by the Bible. But unfortunately, like how Islam plays their word tricks, Roman Catholicism also has led people to play its own word tricks, and accordingly, Roman Catholicism, Eastern Orthodoxy, Ethiopian Orthodoxy, and similar, a few different similar outfits are called quote unquote apostolic churches. The claim is that these are the churches that really are the true churches. This is the claim advanced. Now, which is, anyone can say anything. So, like Jehovah's Witnesses can say they are Christians. So, anyone can say anything. And that is where, whilst people make their claims and whatever else, we need to ask questions and find out the truth of the matter. And that is where my point is. You would find out that there is Roman Catholicism, Eastern Orthodoxy, and similar other outfits that I listed earlier are fundamentally opposed to the uh, details of the apostolic doctrine that is found in the Bible. Fundamentally opposed. They replace fundamentally, substantially, and that is catastrophic. It takes people on a path to destruction. It's quite serious. And just to give you one simple example of what is going wrong here, and I think this, one simple example. All of these outfits claim that there is a priestly order. All of these outfits claim there is a priestly order, i.e., a special category of believers who are called priests. All of these outfits, similar to the Levitical priesthood in the Old Testament, some sort of middleman priests, a priestly order. All of these Coptic, Ethiopian Orthodox, Eritrean Orthodox, Assyrian, Roman Catholic, Eastern Orthodox, and so on. Interestingly, the apostles are against this. If there is a priestly order, first of all, the apostolic writings contradict head on the possibility of there being a priestly order. Contradict head on. And they contradict for a particular reason. Because if there is a priestly order, Christian doctrine will fall apart in so many different ways. Christian doctrine will not make sense, will fall apart. Fall apart. If there is a priestly order, God has done nothing for us on the cross. If there is a priestly, people may be surprised by what I'm saying, but these things are true. And, explanations I can provide later. So, who do you believe? Would you want to believe Jesus and his apostles as found in the testimony of the apostolically attested writings, namely the New Testament? Or do you want to believe in institutions and outfits which are opposed to these head on. What would you like to believe in? You take a pick. If you want more information, through God's grace at the appropriate time, I will be providing. But this is fairly serious, Cam, and so I want to comment everyone not to take me seriously at face value, but to at least give me a hearing. At least give me a hearing. God of the Bible required, expected people to listen even to a donkey. Balaam was expected to listen even to a donkey. That's the true God. And therefore, when anyone challenges, it is important that people take the challenges seriously. And so this is what we so this is the important deal. Please, God isn't going to say, apologies, someone is doing some machinery work not far from me. I'm sorry for that. Don't know if you do you guys hear did you guys hear a loud background noise, or with this microphone is that not picked up? Anyway, okay. Brother Joshua says that he was able to hear. Apologies for that. Yeah, there's someone working, unfortunately, not far from me. So lovely. So in other words, what are claiming to be apostolic churches are really actually anti-apostolic churches, anti-apostolic outfits. So this is a serious predicament that people have to deal with. So now, where is the first Muslim? Where is the first Muslim? I'm not sure. Rahanan, why don't you choose a Christian name? Why don't I choose a Christian name? What do you mean? Is my name not Christian? Who says my name is? Number one. Number two, what is your business as to what my name is? This is weird. People think they have the authority to go and ask to go and challenge people on what their names are. Unbelievable. Absolutely unbelievable. Absolutely unbelievable. Anyway, where is the first Muslim? Where is the first Muslim? Islam is in tatters. Islam is terrible, evil, and Islamic apologists are running away. Hey, Mr. Say so. Arul Velusamy, say so. Please provide some. Unbelievable. Absolutely unbelievable. Unbelievable. Arul is a Tamil word that means blessing. It's a Tamil word. It's a neutral Tamil word. And Tamils were in Hindus to begin with. So please, if you're utterly clueless, at least stay quiet so no one realizes that you're utterly clueless. Please. So I'm waiting for the first Muslim to join. Where is the first Muslim? Where is the first Muslim? Someone asks, what do you think about killing animals? Why do we have to kill animals? If your concern is about animal food, meat as food, if that's your concern, versus, you know, unnecessarily harming animals. Unnecessarily harming animals is bad. God of the Bible wants human beings to take care of animals. Animals also. But if your point is about unnecessarily harm, if your point is about animal food, why did we begin to have animal food? Animal food was not the original plan. It was Plan B. It was Plan B as Adam and the woman, Adam and Eve, went out of the garden, and they were meant to now irrigate the land to in a harsh environment and to get food. God, because of his love towards human beings, he not wanting human beings to struggle altogether, he allowed animals to be eaten as food. Not all animals, some animals. So, why is animal food necessary? Animal food is necessary because without being able to eat animals as food, the state of human beings would be far worse than what it is today. To be able to find food, um, would be a challenge. Um, Apologies, I'm really hoping this sound will. When will Zakir and I call you in the live stream? I'm sorry. When will Zakir Naik call you in? Let's see. I don't expect Zakir Naik to have the courage to call in. He is a puppet whose ploys would work only in this limited environment. So I'm not sure if that's going to happen. But is he? No, I'm sure you're joking. Zakir Naik can't handle Christian. So anyway, where I think most of the Muslims are in hiding since the Dawa guys got roasted by God Logic recently. I frankly didn't watch what was happening there at Speaker's Corner, and so not sure of the happenings at the park last week, but I can imagine how Dawa guys would have suffered. So what's that? Where I have some links to share. Where? Okay, if it's not full, that's fine. it's sorry. Where are the Muslims? Where are the Muslims? Where is the Ummah? Where is your jihad? Zakir Naik, the phone number 000000. Zakir Naik, hopeless man. If people are like, what is the hope? He is not just not sincere. He's a properly deluded man who deliberately lies to make things up, cover things up, and so on. So it's really you can see why Islam thrives um, based on what based on understanding the behavior of people such as Zakir Naik. Muslims, where are the Muslims? Just because I haven't been, just because I skipped one live stream doesn't mean Muslims should be hiding. There should be at least a few Muslims who should be able to come here and engage in a conversation. Where are the Muslims? Where are the Muslims? Where are the Muslims? I mean, let's think about this. I already mentioned, I can mention again. Why do I claim that Islam is evil? Oh, the topic is maybe Joe, Brother Joe has a typo there. Islam is evil. It should say. It shouldn't say Islamic is evil. Islam is evil. Just to help people understand, I've already given an outline, but I can repeat. Why do I say that Islam is evil? Islam is against all non-Muslims. But just to be clear, if Islam merely says, look, if you're not a Muslim, then you're going to suffer in eternity, that's a different ballgame. But if Islam says, if you're not a Muslim, I'll come destroy you right now, that is evil. That, and if Islam says, look, you should have been destroyed centuries ago, we're already a little bit delayed in destroying, we'll wage our jihad to wipe you out, that is evil. That is evil. So Islam is evil because Islam is against non-Muslims. It wants to destroy non-Muslims. Really, sir. Islam wants to destroy non-Muslims. Particularly the Jews and the Christians are very important enemies of Islam. The Jews and Christians are destined for a genocide already. I'm not talking about eternal judgment. I'm talking about right now at the hands of the Muslims. The state of Israel should not have existed since the 7th century. Should not have existed. Surah 5, Ayat 64. Israel should not have existed. Christians should not, in the same vein, Christians should not also be allowed to exist. Surah, there is an enmity between Christians and, Christians are set up as haters. They should be destroyed. We find this Surah 5:64, Surah 5:14, Surah 5:33, Surah Al-Ma'idah. You find details in Surah 57, the last ayat, and Surah 59. Therefore, the judgment is imposed. Surah At-Tawbah, Surah 9. You find details. You find details in Surah 2, Surah 2 Al-Baqarah, Surah 3 Al-Imran, and so on. In various places, Surah Al-Ahzab, Surah 33, Surah Muhammad, Surah 47, Surah 48, various places across the Quran, we find that, hey, look, Muslims saying non-Muslims don't deserve to, particularly Jews and the Christians don't deserve to exist. They don't deserve to own properties. They don't deserve to have equal rights. They deserve only to be destroyed, which the Muslims will impose according to their schedule, according to their particular circumstances. Islam is evil. Clearly, of course, Islam doesn't allow reasoning to happen, inquiring to find out if Islam is right or wrong. It doesn't work in Islam. Muslims are not allowed to ask questions. Neither are Christians and Jews given evidence or time to find out if Islam is right or wrong. So Islam is not a religion that lends itself for critical evaluation. So with no critical evaluation, with physical duress, people are forced to convert. Forced, that's the key word. They are forced to convert. And if they fail to, they will be destroyed in different ways. That's evil. Absolute evil. Islam destroys women, including Islamic women. Islamic women are nothing more than sex slaves. There's no such thing called marriage in Islam. Families don't exist in Islam. What exists in Islam are brothel-based relationships. Brothel-based relationships. So Islam destroys women. And here I'm not talking about non-Islamic women. I'm talking about Islamic women. Islamic girl children are destroyed. Can you imagine there being no age limit in when the Islamic men see you as a sex object? There's no age limit. Children, prepubescent children. Terrible. Islam destroys not just adult women, but also children, girl children. Islam actually is abusive even to Islamic men. If you think about this carefully, you can't leave Islam, you can't ask questions in Islam, you can't hold properties according to your own desire. You need to listen to your mullah fellow. If he commands you to do something, you have to. There's no. So even Islamic men who are clearly, who need to lay down their lives, or being forced to become jihadists and whatever else, Islam is terrible even to Islamic men. Islam perpetrates its evil via its men, and then actually ends up abusing the same main vehicles of perpetration of Islam. So the men are used to perpetrate evil, and then the men themselves are subsequently abused by the brainwashing system. So ultimately, only a few across centuries get to benefit. Only a few get to benefit. Not everyone. So this is Islam. Terrible. Terrible. So I'm really sorry about the noise. It's essentially a neighbor is a mechanic by hobby. He rips cars apart and he assembles it in his own way, removes engine and does all sorts of stuff. Normally it doesn't work around this time, but today it's working. So so please bear with us on this. I don't know, maybe it's some urgent work or something. So well, yeah, absolutely. Immeasurable damage women suffer. So one of the marvelous surprises is how much the women are brain washed that they even stay within Islam. Is a surprise, because they are abused big time. Women are abused big time. Women don't get to benefit at all in Islam. So why do they even stay in Islam? I can only say brainwashing. Maybe the emotional brainwashing, the fact of never seeing the light, and in many cases maybe literally the light, staying homebound, and so on. I have watched when I was growing up. I've seen a number of Muslim families, and I've always found one pattern. The men will be absent, the children, and so initially I thought maybe when you ask them what's happening to the men, they thought they're working somewhere. That's how you hear the story, and then subsequently you get to know actually the men have left and gone somewhere, because they don't care. This is not family. Any Islamic quote unquote brothel would look like a family only to the extent of how the society expects them to be a family. For example, in the UK, expectations from the non-Islamic communities shape how Islamic brothels work. So, but Islam itself doesn't allow for doesn't allow for these doesn't allow for families. Doesn't allow for families. So yeah, this is the reality. So I can see someone black pink blink swearing. Instead of swearing, it might serve you well if you're able to give an account. Unbelievable. It's actually unbelievable how these clueless people show up and they take the time and trouble to swear, to do all these things. Yet they haven't got the faintest clue to be able to engage in a conversation. So it's not just that they find nothing wrong. This is Islam. When Islam is allowed to be practiced properly, this is Islam. Cool. Oh, that's quite sad and entirely believable. Very, very sad, but entirely believable. No need, no thanks, says I made friends with an Iraqi girl and her parents lock her up inside the house all the time. She can hardly go out. I, I, very sad, terribly sad, but entirely believable. Even if this happened in the Western nations, such as the UK and US, I would not be surprised. I would not be surprised that this is the reality for thousands, if not millions, thousands, several hundred thousands, I would expect, of girls and women will be going through this problem. I can imagine, with no freedom whatsoever. Um, absolutely. Jesus is marvelous. I mentioned a number of evil points about Islam, and I can say, look, Jesus is the exact opposite. Mr. Mental has arrived, Ramesh, so he can perhaps come and provide an explanation instead of just typing mental or whatever nonsense. Mr. Ramesh, when are you planning to jump on the stream to give an explanation for why Islam is good? We're waiting for you all the way from Pakistan to join the stream and help us understand why Islam is respectable, not evil, but good. Why? If you can come here and explain, that will be lovely. Instead of, instead of doing your little tricks, please come here and explain. Why? Who are these fellows in the background and why are they wearing niqabs? These fellows are the brave soldiers wearing niqabs. I don't know if you've noticed this, since October 7, as Israel attacked Gaza, and Israel has been destroying various Hamas installations and so on, thousands of Hamas operatives taken down. Have you seen that they always replenish? Hamas, people in Gaza always replenish. And you suddenly see thousands of soldiers, once the ceasefire was declared, especially towards the end, when in Gaza. I mean, towards in the conflict in Gaza, um, towards the sort of end. When the last remaining hostages were released, did you see, all these fighters, wearing these things and standing like this? And I think, I think there are a few things going on with their masks like this, even though they are supposed to be fighters. A few things I think going on. Number one, I think, first of all, they are terrified. I think I really think they're terrified. Um, Second of all, I don't think all of them are trained even properly. I think some of them are perhaps thrown as fodder. Some of them might even be children. Who knows? Um, and clearly, of course, they don't want to be identified. They don't want to know who they are, because for the enemy to understand that they are not trained properly. All sorts of different things going on, I think, here. So why are in other regular armies, you wouldn't see this happen. In at least a parade that's happening, that parade that happens within their country, you wouldn't see this happen. But this is what Islam does. Uh, People who are utterly close. I wouldn't be surprised. You see this radio here. I would not be surprised if that doesn't actually work at all. I would not be surprised. I would not be surprised if this was a play toy, a toy gun. I would not be surprised if this gun was a toy gun. This is what Islam. They want you to fight battles and war when even they can't actually fight. So it's like, what's this Hamas chief fellow before October 7, when after October 7, when he was eventually eliminated. How he was trying to throw the stick. Was it a walking stick? I can't remember, towards the drone that came to attack him. So this is the level of intellect. Can you imagine, for the jihad that Islam wants to wage, if these fellows were really sharp guys, that's it, we're gone. The world would be in flames right now. Thankfully, these fellows are. Thankfully, Islam, which wants people to be jihadists, also removes the fuse from the brain. Clearly, these are not, every single one here is not one full human being as a jihadi. It's this is why I've always said, look, the invention of Muslims, underwear bombs and whatever else, if they had been proper, capable people, we're gone. We'd be in flames. Anyway, this is a serious talk. Islam is terrible, because despite the fact that they fail to mobilize a full-fledged, military opposition to the non-Muslims, they clearly end up taking precious lives, at least a few every week in a nation such as the UK. For example, I wouldn't be surprised on an average, maybe 4 or 5 every week are going because of jihad attacks. On an average, I would not be surprised, and that is avoidable. What's the term? Avoidable tragedy. Jews losing lives, and people losing lives is avoidable tragedy. So clearly, of course, families are facing tragedy because of these fellows, these clowns. Israel, of course, October 7 lost a couple of thousand people, didn't they? And subsequently also, people are dying. People are dying just because funny clowns like this. So we need to It's a serious issue we're dealing with. Islam is a serious threat. So if you're a Muslim who's watching, you are accountable to come and provide an account to say why Islam is good. So please, if there is any Muslim who's here, please come here and give an explanation for why Islam is good. Just give me 1 second. I just need to. Lovely. What are people saying? Why do people destroy ancient ruins thousands of years old in the name of Islam? That's humanity's collective history, not theirs to destroy. I find that most despicable, that nature. Muhammad said there is no greater deed than jihad. In the Quran, if you don't wage, 2 points note. According to the Quran, if you refuse to wage jihad, you are as bad as a kafir. If you are a Muslim in every other way but refuse to wage jihad, you are a munafiq. You are a hypocrite, munafiq. And munafiqs will face the same destiny as kafirs. Now, I'm not talking about eternal destiny. I'm talking about destiny at the hands of Muslims here and now. This is my problem. Look, eternal destiny, you argue with me, I'll argue with you on theology. We'll deal with that later. That's what Christians do. God judges, and this is God's world. And if God has given us enough information to find out who He truly is, He will demand for us to have responded to that information. And based on that, He could judge. That is His prerogative, and He can do that. At the end. But the question is, with no proper evidence given, can human beings be allowed to destroy someone else on religious grounds? For example, with Islam as a religion of no public revelation, does it have any qualification to even go around and acting on behalf of God to destroy you? Clearly, it can't. So anyway, so I should keep the stories short. According to the Quran, munafiqs, Muslims can be Muslims in every other way, but if they refuse to engage in jihad, they are munafiqs. They are not believers. They are munafiqs, and munafiqs are as bad as kafirs. The same destiny for both. Number one. Number two. So, in other words, jihad is a mandatory pillar in Islam when you go by the Quran for a Muslim. And that is true even today. Until all of the world is taken over, that is true. Point number two is that, but even among these Muslims, the ones who actually, none of these are actually guaranteed heaven. None of these. There's only one category of Muslims, i.e. jihadists, who are guaranteed heaven. All Muslims are jihadists, this is my point one. If you're not jihadi, you're a munafiq, you're not a Muslim. And point number two is, amongst all jihadists, only those, not amongst all, no Muslim gets a guaranteed heaven. No jihadist gets a guaranteed heaven. Only, quote unquote, the martyrs, the ones who have laid down their lives in the process of killing others. So you can see how this religion shapes people when given an opportunity to go kill others, destroy others. It's sort of, they wake up to see, okay, who do I destroy today? Given the opportunity, and this is where Taliban, and here, of course, those fellows who begin to read the Quran and understand the Quran, you need to be wary of. So it's not just that there is no deed greater than jihad. It is actually more accurately jihad. Without jihad, you're not a Muslim. If you don't wage jihad, you're not a Muslim. You're a munafiq. I don't say this, Surah An-Nisa, Surah An-Nisa says this, not me. The Quran says this. And likewise, they are the only ones with guaranteed heaven. So clearly, sorry, not all jihad is guaranteed heaven. Only those who lay down their life. So in other words, it's not just, you can't just say I become a jihadi and sit in the corner or, take the gun and post with the gun and whatever, like these fellows. But you actually have to, you're so focused on killing others, because if you kill, then you have heaven, the Jannah, the Islamic Jannah. So this is the tragedy. In contrast, consider Jesus. This is the remarkable thing. Consider Jesus. Consider Jesus. Jesus did not harm any girl child. Jesus did not harm any children. Jesus did not harm any women. Jesus did not take slaves. Jesus did not even have a legitimate wife. Jesus did not have any particular physical desire to cater to for his own self. Jesus did not ask even men to become his slaves, i.e., do his bidding in the way he asked, if they weren't convinced of his love. Jesus did not force anyone. He did not apply physical duress. He did not compel emotionally anyone. Jesus did not take the sword. Jesus did not chop people's heads off. Jesus wasn't involved in violence at all. Jesus had a tremendous message which he conveyed. Jesus dominated. Jesus also made millions and billions throughout history as his ardent followers. But the way he did that was through capturing them through love, captivating them through love. Jesus' main currency, Jesus' currency in his economy is love. Whereas the devil's currency in his economy is force, violent force, destructive force, which is what Islam uses. So this is the deal we're dealing with. Jesus is marvelous. What can I say? This is why Jesus attracts bright minds, even. Whereas Islam attracts some very dark minds. Jesus attracts sincere people. People who are willing to say, look, willing to put their hands up and say, look, I have these issues. These are the people whom Jesus attracts. What does Islam attract? Islam attracts people who are, Islam, of course, keeps captivated Muslims who are born into Islamic families. I'm not talking about them, because that's poor victimization. But Islam, apart from that, attracts people who are, who are wacky. Islam grows in preference. Why? Because it naturally resonates. Naturally resonates in so many different ways. Christianity also, when provided an opportunity, can impact prisoners. But the way Christianity impacts prisoners is not in a way where it is exclusively growing, where it exclusively grows only within prisons. That's what Islam does. Islam grows mainly in prisons, not outside. Outside, it's just plain simple reproduction. Inside, in prisons, it grows like wildfire. So there are some very obvious themes in relation to Islam versus the precious Lord Jesus. Now you see this. You have another Muslim in attendance here. Mizan. Well. I don't know what his point is. Look at this. Can you imagine these clowns? Can you imagine? Can you imagine while we're living with these clowns? Look at this. They grow up 20 years, 30 years, 40 years, and this is what happens, my dear friends. Everyone who is watching, there is a battle that's happening for your souls as we speak. There's a battle, and the battle is in terms of convincing you, convincing you of particular worldviews to fix destinies for you. Jesus is also fighting from one side, and Christians, on behalf of Jesus, are working hard to save you, to save your soul, so you can have a grand future of goodness. You see, comes Hitler, a dictator. Bro, just talk about your religion. Okay, you don't have to talk bad about Islam to promote your religion. Mr. Mizan, just stay quiet and stay at home. Don't come and tell a Christian what to do. Just tell what you need to do to yourself. Stay quiet. Can you imagine the level of delusion that they will think that they have the qualification to come and dictate terms to others? Can you imagine? This is Islam. This is Islam. Oh, yeah, this is the best joke they've come with. Okay, go shower. The best joke. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Is there any other Muslim who is able to employ a brain? Not Mizan. Mizan, stay quiet. No, stay in your room. Shut your door tight. Stay inside. Please don't leave your room. Please, I beg you, please. You see, look, I am where I am. You are where you are. I don't know how far you are from me. If you have a smell problem, the obvious inference is it's from you. Do you understand? I'm not near you. So if you're smelling something terrible, it's from you. If you haven't grown to understand the simple point, grow up. Unbelievable. Anyway, no Muslim. Its time is 7:30, 20 to 8. About 1 hour 40 minutes already. One hour and 40 minutes already. Neeraj, thank you very much. Thank you. Please watch this space. I don't know what your current worldview is. It's important as fellow human beings for us to be able to openly discuss, debate, respecting human beings, respecting each other, but being able to robustly discuss worldviews. It's important. It's important. Looks like I'm tall. Thank you very much, Brother Christoph, for the generosity there. Where is the first Muslim who is able to come here and engage in a conversation today and convince me that Islam is actually good? Where are you hiding? Of course, a few different Muslims are here, but most Muslims are incapable of of providing a case for anything. Most Muslims. Tragedy. Can you imagine? Can you imagine being Mizan? Can you imagine being Mizan? I don't know how old he is. Maybe 30, maybe 50, maybe 90. But can you imagine being him? If you go around and if someone asks you about asks you to give a lecture on why uh, something is good, he clearly won't be able to have a 5-minute substance to present. Can you imagine being him? If someone critically questions a claim that he makes, he clearly won't be able to engage in a conversation. Why? Not because he can't as a human being. As a human being, of course, he should be able to. I'm a human being, and if I can employ my brain, and if the Christians can employ our brains, Mason should also be able to employ his brain. But people such as Mason, even though they throw a smoke screen and say that I am not worth debating, they run away all the time. Why? It's not Mason's intrinsic problem. Mason also, the Bible, God of the Bible says that he is someone who does good both to the good and the evil, as the rain, as he makes the rain fall on both the evil and the good. God of the Bible does good even to Mason, and God would allow him to have food. Mason, the true God, not the Mickey Mouse Islamic Allah, but the true God, God of the Bible, would allow even Mason to have food wherever he lives, whether in Birmingham or in Karachi, wherever he lives. Even Mason should be able to have food. So he should be able to eat, and physically he'll be growing. I like Sohail Mahmood. Look at that. Sohail Mahmood is also here. I'm sure people such as these, are growing physically, but where is their mental capacity? Can you imagine Sohail Mahmood showing up, and instead of thinking, oh, how do I engage in a conversation? Can you imagine, being him? You are the evil one. And the first statement you want to say, you are the evil one. Well, okay, if I'm the evil one, please come here and explain. I can explain what I've said, which is that Islam is evil. I can explain. Can you come and explain why you think I am evil? Can you please? Did I hate you as an individual? Am I trying to harm you? Am I trying to be one of these fellows evil? Do I subscribe to a worldview which wants to wipe out others? Do I subscribe to a worldview which destroys others? Is there violence, consistent violence against men, women, children in my name or in the name of my precious Lord Jesus? Why do you call me evil? Please come and explain. It's not just enough to wear a suit and a tie and groom your hair and show for a picture, profile picture, and have a nice profile picture on YouTube. That's not what makes a human being respectable. A human being, it's not even making money that makes a human being respectable. Can you imagine showing up, you are the evil one? Yet, I say Islam is evil and I am presenting myself, I'm making myself available for conversations. And you show up and you just say this and hide now. I don't know where you're hiding now, in your bathroom or somewhere else. I don't know where you're hiding. Maybe behind the niqab of your 10th sex slave. I don't know where you hide. And you have the audacity to call me evil? Unbelievable. Absolutely unbelievable. Absolutely unbelievable. Triggered without a cause. That's very true. So, spot bin. Uh, nice photo. Shame about this. This is the tragedy. Can you imagine the tragedy? Can you imagine? Can you imagine the tragedy? Nice photo. But what happened to the brain? And of course, he's talking about Sohail, you. He's talking about you. What happened to the brain? Please provide an account. What happened? I'm assuming you've been eating regularly. You've been growing physically. What happened to your brain? Please come and provide an account. And by the way, look, I am not personally against you. I am merely going by facts here. And I'm saying what I'm even asking what has happened to your brain, because you have shown up here and you've said what you've said here as the first statement with with no justification in my mind, and not being available to provide a defense. And so, based on these behavioral traits, I'm asking you. I'm not asking you, just because you follow some other religion. No, I'm asking you based on information that you have made available to us, based on what you've texted here, what you've typed here. What has happened to your brain? So where are the Muslims? Where are the Muslims? Uh, where are the Muslims? Jesus is marvelous. Everyone, like, there is no, look, I come from India and I can genuinely tell you, there's no one who would like to say anything bad about Jesus, because everyone knows, regardless of their ideological persuasion, no one finds any fault with Jesus. Not just that no one finds any fault, everyone seems to roughly know that they can't try and say anything bad about Jesus, because clearly the overwhelming evidence is that he is marvelous. So if they try to say something bad about Jesus, they will become laughing. They will become a laughing stock. They know it. And so, in my awareness, no one does this. But think about Muhammad. Muhammad, despite all the violent threats against people who comment about Muhammad, he is being ripped apart, and you see what is happening to Muhammad. Why? You should ask these questions. Look, you've tried threatening people across the world, even in the Western world. You've tried threatening people not to speak about Muhammad, but still, Muhammad doesn't seem to have a safe place. Everywhere, people are commenting and destroying him. And I can tell you, our videos, by the way, our videos are, would you believe, our videos are going everywhere, including the Middle East, the Islamic heartland. Our videos are going. And I have received in the past emails, and I've even sometimes I've even spoken via Zoom and other technologies with people who were formerly Muslims who have left Islam. Why? It's so obvious for people to see that Islam is evil. So if you're a Muslim who thinks otherwise, please come here. I've been waiting here for 2 hours, nearly 2 hours now. Waiting. Why don't you come here and explain what is good in Islam? Why can't you do this? I'm as friendly as, especially in the live streams, even in Speaker's Corner, I try to keep the focus on the conversations at hand, and even under extreme physical duress, threats of all sorts, I try to keep the focus on conversations at hand, even at Speaker's Corner. Most certainly in our live streams, we want to keep the focus on the topics at hand, on the conversation. And human beings, I want to love, and I want to give them a safe place here in our live stream. So please, you're most welcome to come here and explain. Please provide a case. Please provide a case. Brother, who is is it Sister Estawell who is going, or Sister or Brother Knight? Good night to whoever is going. God's blessings. Lovely to see, of course, all of our regulars and also a number of new people also watching. Thank you very much, everyone. Thank you. Thank you very much, Kia Ora. Thank you. Jesus is marvelous, and he's going to return, and things are going to be wonderful. Hello, guys. What's up? The same, lovely to see you, Om Prakash Sharma. No, I am a Christian. Om Prakash Sharma, I don't know if he is a Christian. He might be a Hindu, but this is how we relate as fellow human beings. We say hello, we discuss things, we try to find out what is right, what is wrong. This is what we do. Unless you're a Muslim who comes here and says, oh, Arul is evil and this and that. Sure, Sister Estawell, lovely. Lovely. Lovely camp. Cool. Lovely. Thank you. I'm really popular now as this is, by the way, someone typing in Tamil. He is saying that he'll punch me. He'll punch me on my mouth. Can you imagine what religion this fellow would be following? Unbelievable. Absolutely unbelievable. Absolutely unbelievable. Absolutely unbelievable. But thank you very much. Thank you for taking the time to create a profile with my picture. Thank you very much. Anyway, is there any Muslim? So let's be honest. I mean, it's coming up to be 8 p.m. London time. 2 hours of streaming. Is there not one Muslim out of the many many who have shown up? Is there not one Muslim who is worth his salt? Who is worth his salt? Is there not one Muslim who's worth his salt? Who can come here and engage in a conversation? Forget about being able to successfully defend. I'm not expecting you to successfully defend, because that's impossible. Even if Muhammad was here, clearly he will fail, because Islam is terrible. So I'm not looking for some successful defense of Islam. I am merely looking for an attempt to engage in a conversation. A simple attempt. Is there not one Muslim who has the capacity to do that? Is there not one Muslim? Brother Truth Defenders. I don't know if, by the way, that Arul Velusamy is not me, by the way. That's someone else. But thank you very much. Lovely to see you. I don't know if you are here in the UK right now, but um, thank you much. Vanakkam indeed. Hello. I think everyone knows Islam is evil, and what they don't seem to realize is that they are merely becoming more and more evidence points in substantiating my point by coming here and trying to slander, trying to threaten physical violence and so on. They are confirming that Islam is evil. So Muslims, it's pretty much like how when I was assaulted in Manchester, when I asked them, look, where does the Quran say love non-Muslims? And they ended up assaulting me and proving that Islam clearly doesn't teach people to love the Christians. Oh, these tough guys, you wouldn't believe, they will run away. They'll vanish away faster than the morning cloud. That's how these people are. This is the terrible nature of Islam. Anyway, 2 hours of streaming, no one here. Thank you very much. God's blessings. Is there any Muslim who is able to jump here? Any Muslim who is able to come here and provide a case for why brave Muslims on strike? Brave Muslims are always on strike. This is in Birmingham. No, I don't want to say it. Thank you very much, Mask Popper. Lovely to see you. It, disciple on duty, I wish that Muhammad at least had said this. Muhammad wouldn't say love even in this abominable thing. Because there is no such thing called, I understand that you actually, when you say love, you might just mean the physical pleasure. Or, yeah. Essentially, Islam is love for no one. No one, even when it advances on its um, sex slavery of women, including girl children, and with the daughter-in-law and so on. Right. So the intelligent Ibrahim comes here. He's so intelligent that he comes here and thoroughly ignores the topic at hand. For what reason? Who knows? Mr. Ibrahim, I don't know where you are. I don't know how old you are. But just to let you know, we have a theme at hand. Islam is evil. That's what I am suggesting and commenting to you. If you think that that is not the case, you're most welcome to come here and explain. Instead of this waffling, I'm pretty sure. Okay, let's put it this way. Okay, okay, let's do this. Let's take you up. I'm willing to take you up on this topic. Please come here, show up in the stream, and let's discuss, because this is clearly the only topic you can discuss currently. Let's come here and yeah, let's discuss on this. Let's discuss this topic. Is Jesus God or not? Let's discuss. Please come here. Mr. Gashi, please. I invite you to come to the stage so we can discuss this. Clearly the only topic that you've ever learned to even type anywhere. So please come on stage and let's discuss this. Mr. Ibrahim, waiting for you. Waiting for you to join. Waiting for you to join so we can discuss. Ibrahim, I have offered a discussion on the very topic that you said prove me wrong. Please come here. Don't be shy. Don't be terrified like your master Muhammad. Please don't be. And don't be afraid. Don't be scared. Don't be. Please come in. We can discuss. Do I really think that he's going to come? You know, I suspect not, but I'm trying my best to help a person with a delusion. I'm trying my best. Go to Indian. Go to Indian. What does that mean? Go to Indian. Does that and go to Indian and convert the cow worshippers. Right. Go to Indian and convert the cow worshippers. It's India. All right. Go to India and convert the cow worshippers. I thought you were smart. All right. So thank you for thinking that I'm smart. Thank you very much. That's really good. That's a good start. So I should go to India, but why particularly title case? Could you explain? Of course, you got the Indian wrong, but why title case? Is that how you write your English statements? Title case? Or have you been a keyboard warrior for a long time that you just type mindlessly? India is full of idol worshippers. Really? Okay. How about you, my dear friend? What do you worship? Please come and explain. Please. Ibrahim now offers a second topic for debate. Yahweh and Allah, the um, mullah next door, is same. Mr. Ibrahim, Mr. Gashi, if this is the topic you want to discuss, I can take you up on this also. So please come over. But instead of going and hiding and then coming after 10 minutes and suggesting an alternative topic, I beseech you to show up here and engage at least on one topic. What's the solution for idol worshippers in India? Right. Who are you, by the way, to think about solutions for anything? You are utterly clueless, can't even get your capitalizations right. And in 10 words, when writing 10 words, you don't know the difference between a few different words. And so, why are you trying to find solutions for anything? Are you a sensible man? If you are, please come over, demonstrate that you're a sensible man. Oh, I'm panicking. Anyway, Sachin, yes, if you have a question, so you're most welcome to ask the question. Um, please go ahead. Please come over, Mr. What's that? The Mars Ventures. Please come over and let's take care of this. And I'm extending a conversation on topics of your choice, yet you don't show up. Why? Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Thank you very much, Master Papa. Unbelievable. This fellow clearly is. Why would I join? Well, okay. Well, I thought you had a brain that works. That's why I thought you'd join the stream. But clearly, if that's not the case, I was hoping that at least out of shame you would begin to employ the God-given brain. But if you don't want to, what can I do? All right, lovely. Could I please? Yeah, thank you very much, Brother Matthew. If everyone who's come here today, come here right now, can I please request you to like the stream if you are able to, please, including Mr. Gaurav Sid Ahmed, please hit that like button, and Ibrahim. So even though you are utterly clueless and you can't engage in a conversation, clearly terrified, hiding, I don't know where you're hiding right now, at least someone else would be able to come here to have a conversation. So please like. So if you're a Muslim who's watching, please like the stream so at least someone else would come and engage in a conversation. Okay, we have someone here. I don't know who it is. Let's see. Maybe it's a troll, but let's see. Brother Joy, get him on stage. The first one. Hello. 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 Hello, Mr. Arul. I don't know if that's your real name or if you're trying to be a troll. Hello, Mr. Arul. Hello. Hello.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes. How are you doing? Hello. Oh, it's dropped off. I can see a couple of other people who are in the backstage. Alex Jones and Abbas. Lovely to see you both. Abbas, you're next in line. Please give us about 15 more minutes and we'll bring you on stage. It's lovely to see your face. And perhaps, I don't know if that's your son. Lovely to see your young face also. Thank you very much for joining. Please give your next in line, Abbas. Please give us 15 minutes, roughly. Hello, Alex. How are you doing?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Is
How are you
is
doing?
it is it clear enough?
It is very clear.
Yeah, I'm doing great. Thank you for allowing me on your platform. I've seen your video. Okay, first of all, I'm a Christian.
Oh, you
I've
are a
seen
Christian.
I've seen your videos just like on YouTube and whatever. And I just wanted to ask you, like, what do you what do you think is the best way to approach um, like tackling Islam or like making a Muslim see what you're trying to say? Because for me, like the thing with Islam is I just don't even know where to start. Like it's so obviously false, like to me, right? But it's just how you tackle it in a way that the person you're speaking to is going to understand and process what you're saying. So, like, what do you think is the best sort of way, or in your experience, because you have much more experience than I do, what's the best sort of like approach to deconstructing this ideology for someone?
And by approach, I'm assuming you're talking about the methodology more than the actual content.
Um,
Um,
yeah, I guess so,
yeah,
because I mean, there's loads of different ways you can approach proving Islam false. So I just say like your methodology.
yeah. I mean, the two. I mean, when it comes to conversations with Muslims, there are two sides to it. Number one, the two portions to it. Number one, topics. So for you to be clear, for you to be clear on your particular argumentation, there are a number of points you could use. For example, you might have heard of this thing called Islamic dilemma. I don't completely agree with that, but that's a way in which people argue. For example, the Quran, for it to be legitimate, depends on the Bible, but the Bible contradicts the Quran. So that's
Yeah,
a that's
yeah,
a that's a sort of family of arguments. You can use all sorts of different theological points under that umbrella. So that's what another topic could be: is Yehovah, the God of the Bible, the Islamic Allah? So so one is choosing the topic. So you can study topics, you can prepare notes on topics. I actually trained in a number of places, and through God's grace this year also. Hopefully, there'll be a few trainings. So that's one, to get your topics in place, and number two is to get your method of engagement
yeah,
as a properly working method. And there, my point would be, most people don't realize that Islam is a brainwashing system. Most
yeah,
people don't realize this, and so people, especially in the Western world, engage with Muslims. Of course, we need to act in their best interest. We need to love them. As Christians, we're supposed to love Muslims, but love doesn't mean uh, be foolish. That's love. Love doesn't mean be naive. Love is not being naive. And so most of the times people think they're talking to people who are not brainwashed, who are genuinely interested in sincere conversations. And therefore, they begin having a conversation and it goes all over the place and nothing fruitful comes out.
yeah.
Uh,
I mean, I think the reason for that, and that's why I asked you the question, is um like how you tackle Islam being false. Because like for me, I never used the argument that Muhammad married Aisha when she was 6 or 9, because I know that that doesn't actually prove it true or false. That's just more like a moral objection, and that's something that just like it just triggers them. It's not actually gonna make them like think properly. And also, I don't I don't really care what's written in the hadith. Like I just think it's too easy to prove false, right? And then they'll just you know, like in my experience, like when you mention stuff like this to them, like they don't really care because they'll just be like, oh well, you know, it's in the hadith, you know, it's not the Quran. So I'm just trying to avoid, you know, that because I don't want them to try and find a way out. So, and even with, like you said, you don't really like the Islamic dilemma. That's also something I don't use because I know that they're just gonna like waffle the way out of it or say that, well, the Injil we're talking about is a book given to Jesus. The gospel is not a book. So it's just like I just find these kind of arguments like a waste of time. I'm not saying that they don't work and they haven't delivered people, but I just think like I'm looking for the best methodology that's the most effective, you know, because like the way I look at it, these like I guess it's different for the Muslims because they don't really hear criticism against their religion. But with us, it's like whenever I hear like a skeptic or someone like give a critique on Christianity, I'm just like, what are you even doing? You think that this hasn't been asked before? You think that we don't like have the answers to this already? So I just think like, do you understand what I'm saying? I'm trying to find like the
I
best.
understand what you're saying, but I perhaps don't agree with what you've said. When I said the Islamic dilemma, I did not say I don't like the argument. I think it's a good argument. I'm not 100% with it. My argument will be a little bit slightly different.
Mm-hmm.
But please bear in mind, with people who are victims of brainwashing, one conversation will not do the, mostly in many cases, one conversation will not do the trick. So please be realistic in your estimate. So don't look for sort of a groundbreaking work with one conversation.
Yeah,
I think you always need to start where the Muslim wants to start, and this is where the topic, all these topics are legitimate topics.
yeah. Sorry, I don't want to cut you off. I'm so glad you said that because I was just gonna say that because our position is the actual truth. It's not like we hope it's true or like it's actually the truth. We have the truth, right? For me, like when I've spoke with Muslims, I just say to them, look, like where do you want to start? I'll just go from there because there's nothing you
Yeah,
can say that can refute me. And then when they use their own fallacious argument, I say, you know, if you direct that to your own book, I mean, you have no answer. I mean, I've got the answers, but you don't even have the answer. So I think
yeah,
that's a good way to break
yeah,
down the brainwashing when you say, I mean, you can ask me this, I've got the answer, but if you apply the
yeah,
same thought to your book, well, I mean, what are you going to do? And that's when
yeah,
I felt like they start
yeah.
panicking and they realize what they've been told is a lie. But
Yeah,
this,
start where they want to start.
yeah,
Keep it simple, keep it modular, and keep the conversation to the topic.
yeah,
Demand responses to the one question asked. And modular, a well-contained, i.e., modular, small topic, and demand answers. Demand the person to stick to it until you can agree that one party is wrong and one party is right. Until you can
um,
do it. So please be prepared. But for the topics, please start with what is comfortable for the person.
yeah,
Then for them to know that they are wrong, even in areas that they thought they were right in, that they
okay,
knew and they were right in. If that
okay.
makes
So,
sense.
obviously, because I'm not a Muslim, I don't want to waste your time because
Yes.
we're on agreement. I just want to ask you just two or three things real quickly, which are basically I just want to know your thoughts on these type of arguments, whether you use them or you know what you think. So the first one is the free will. So in chapter 57, verse 22 of the Quran.
Well, but my dear friend, please, I think you're bringing up topics which require much nuanced discussion,
Yeah, yeah,
and
and yeah, yeah. That's my point because
so
I thought
please,
deeply about this stuff, and when I see it being played out, I just feel like most of the conversation is kind of pointless because it's not actually getting to the issues. I feel like if we can just get to the point, then people realize faster.
sure, and, please,
And sorry, just one more thing. because I know you have like experience dealing with in this field of apologetics, that's why I wanted to ask you like what you think of these type of arguments, whether you think they're fruitful or not.
My dear friend, based on my extensive experience, I can genuinely tell you all relevant topics are relevant and useful. Muhammad's character, very relevant topic, very useful. And I didn't quite like when you discounted that entirely, when you're talking about Aisha and so on.
That's because
Please.
sorry.
You're cutting me short every time. Please,
Sorry.
I need to stop here. I need to move on. There are a couple of Muslims who are waiting. You could wait in the backstage. I need to move on right now. I'm really, really sorry because I don't want to. If you're here to learn from me, I can tell you, but I don't want you to cut me short every time. Please, could I request you to wait if you want to? There are 2 Muslims waiting. Please.
Yeah, no problem. It's your panel, so.
Thank you much, Alex. Please. Okay, Brother Joe. Let's get. Is it Abbas next? Abbas, hello.
Hello, hi.
Hey, how are you doing?
Yeah, I'm good. How are you?
Yeah, by God's grace. Okay. How are you doing? Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
Lovely. And please, I think the first time I'm seeing you.
Okay, my question to you is, do you say Jesus is God or God's son?
Both.
Both.
Yeah.
How it will be both? Either he should be God or he should be God's son, right? How you claim he is a God and he is God's son?
Are you a human being or son of a human being?
I am a human being and son of a human being, both.
Why do you want to claim both? You said it can be only one.
Okay, then is there any single biblical line where he mentioned himself as God? Any single line at least?
All sorts of different places.
Is there any single line?
Yeah.
Did he mention anywhere that he is a God?
All sorts of different places.
Okay, then at least give me a single line, please.
Okay.
Mention any single verse. Yeah.
In the book of Revelation, he said, I will be God and they shall be my son.
Which revelation? Mention me clearly.
Yeah, one second. Let me bring this up. So,
yeah, please. Google.
Get Google.
No, I think you must have remembered, right? You are debating. I think you should have remembered the line. Or at least just give me a single verse, not more than a one. Just give me a single verse. That's enough.
Yeah.
Did he mention that he is a God? Clearly, statement must be clear.
Read this. Read verse 7.
No. Just you tell me the verse number. I'll read in my internet.
Wait,
which revelation is that?
In front of you right now. Do you see
No,
verse number 7
that
here?
Which revelation is that?
Revelation chapter 21, verse 7.
Chapter 21, verse 7. Just give me a minute.
Sure.
Chapter 21, verse 7. Bible. Okay. You mean new heaven and new earth, right?
No. Can you read what I have shown you right now?
No. I can't. I don't want to read what you have shown. Just tell me the verse number and chapter number.
Wow. You asked me for something. I have brought up that thing. You even forced me to give you the
there are multiple books. There are multiple books in Bible.
You even forced me.
No. As a common person, how I can understand whether this line is true?
So as a common person,
just tell me.
Why did you insist? Excuse me, my dear friend. When I speak, let me hear. Here, let me speak. You hear. When you speak, I hear. Yeah, that's how conversations work.
Okay.
So give me the reason why you insisted that I gave you the reference. Give me the reason.
No. This is reference from which revelation? There are
This is
multiple books in Bible, right?
one second. One second. My question
Okay.
is simple. Why
No,
did
no.
you?
Actually, my question is very simple. Whether Jesus is God or God's son. If he is a God, then just give me a single biblical line whether he mentioned himself as God clearly.
Yeah, we did that
No,
already.
as per my verification, he didn't mention anywhere that he is a God. If you want to cross check, just search live whether he have
Mr.
mentioned
Abbas,
anywhere.
excuse me.
Yeah.
One, in English, what you're doing right now is panicking.
No, no,
You
no.
asked
Why
a
I have to
question.
panic, yeah?
You
Okay,
asked a question.
you tell me. I'll wait. Mm,
You asked a question.
mm.
The answer is staring at your face right now. Instead of reading the very resource that you wanted, you're now panicking and doing everything
No.
apart from reading
What
what is
I'm
in front
asking
of you.
is,
Can I
what I'm
request?
asking is,
Can I request you?
this is,
Can I
yeah.
request you to first read what is in front of you right now?
No, what I'm asking is, this which is in front of me, this is from which revelation? This is from which book? Which verse?
Do you know how
You
to read?
haven't mentioned anything here.
Do you know how
No,
to
no,
read?
there are multiple books in Bible. There are multiple variants in, I mean, variations in Bible. So this is which variation, which book, which verse number? Mention me clearly.
Do you know how to read?
No, I know better than you how to read. You just give
Sure.
me which verse is
In
this.
which case, can I request you to read what is in front of you right now?
No, what
First,
I'm asking is, this is
I
which verse, which revelation? Which
the
revelation is this?
revelation
You
that
can
you're
tell me that,
refusing
na?
to read.
You are expert in your religion, you are better than, you have better knowledge than me.
Still, you're
Then why you are
panicking. You
worrying to
can't
reveal that?
read. Yeah, don't
No, no.
flutter.
You just
Excuse me.
answer
No,
me the
no, no, no,
single
no,
question,
no, no,
yeah.
no,
Just
no, no.
answer me a single question.
Excuse me, my dear friend.
Either you agree there is not a there is no line that he is mentioned that he is a god.
Are you
I log
deluded?
out.
Are you on drugs right now?
No, no. What I'm asking is,
No,
which
no, no,
verse
no,
number
no.
is that?
Are you on drugs right now?
I know you don't have any
Are you on
single
drugs
biblical
right now?
line.
Are you on drugs right now?
My brother.
This is the level of intellect. There we go. Where did Jesus say, I am God? It is in front of you right now. He who overcomes shall inherit all things, and I will be his God, and he shall be my son. Says who? Says Jesus. This comes from the book of Revelation, chapter 21. I gave him the reference already. He insisted I gave him the reference, and I did. But more importantly, I don't know why he refused to read what I've showed him. What was in front of him? Why would an intelligent man refuse to read what is staring in front of them? I mean, can you imagine showing up and asking, hey, tell me one place where Jesus did, and I show that one place and he refuses to read? Can you imagine? And this unbelievable, absolutely unbelievable. This is the level of sincerity, the level of intellectual quotient, the level of skill to employ in us to engage in a simple conversation between two human. Hey, tell me where it says your name is Arul, and I show you where it says my name is Arul, and he refuses to read that and insists, oh, what color paper this is? What is this A4? Can you imagine this nonsense? Muslims, Mr. Abbas, it's time to wake up. I think I don't know exactly who it was standing by your side earlier before we added you to the stream. It looked like a young person, could be your son. Please, at least for the sake of someone like your son, if that is your son, someone, or maybe your younger brother, who knows, at least for their sakes, begin to be intelligent. Please, you have the capacity. God has given everyone the capacity. once you've read this, if you've asked, what the context is and so on, I could have explained. When I wanted to give you the context, you insist, oh, what is the reference? What is the reference? As if the reference mattered, and I told you what the reference is, and then you went on to talk about, as per my knowledge, it isn't there. Instead of using, you use the word variations. I don't know what variations you have in mind, but anyway, we'll stop there. There's another gentleman who is in the backstage, so let's get him on stage. Right. All right. So, Mr. Arul, okay, let's get Joe. Let's try and get Arul on stage. I can see. Hello, Mr. Arul. You see the level of intelligence. Arul, we added Arul, by the way. This fellow who we added briefly right now. We added him before Alex, and he panicked. He didn't know what to do. He didn't know what to say, and he jumped off. And now he has sort of gathered his courage to just play some music, and he has said some stuff in the backstage, which unbelievable. What does Islam produce? Islam produces troublemakers like this. Islam produces people who can't engage in simple conversations. Islam produces people who play music when they can't engage in a simple conversation. And he's still playing. Mr. Arul. Hello? Hello? Excuse me, Mr. Arul. If you can just stop your music and start your brain. Can you start your brain? Excuse me, Mr. Arul. Is there a switch that I can use to get your brain to work? Hello? Is that a banjo? I don't know. I don't know what instrument that is. Unbelievable. Absolutely unbelievable. Absolutely unbelievable. How does Islam? Well, I say unbelievable. It is actually very believable. This is the exact thing that you would expect from Islam, and so I'm not surprised that this is what has become what is the case with Muslims. I'm not surprised with fellow human beings. Can you imagine Abbas, who showed up just moments ago? Can you imagine? That gentleman could be a productive, nice gentleman who can engage in a conversation and make sense. He could have done that. I don't see any reason why he didn't have to do. Sorry, I don't see any reason why he could not do that. He could not make sense. But he came here, he asked a question, I gave him an answer, and he ran away. The level of quality of Islam. Is there any other Muslim? Any other Muslim? Unlike Harul, unlike Harul, any other Muslim who is able to come here and engage in a conversation? Ah, praise the Lord. What can I say? What can I say? This is all part of the all part of the tragedy that you're exposed to in your occupation. Someone is saying something in some. Thank you very much, Kumar. Thank you. Yeah. I want to know, were you able to change at least one of them? Absolutely. They're happy people, but like I said, unfortunately, they are few and far in between. But I'm hoping for a windfall at some stage, because many of them, of course, not many of them, all of them, all human beings are capable of good thinking. All human beings, God has given the ability for everyone. The hardware is there, it's only the software which isn't there. Ideologies and so on mess up on the software level. The hardware is there for everyone, the capacity is there. And so I'm hoping at some stage that at least with the Western born Muslims, and maybe even others, who knows, that at some stage at least the youngsters will begin making sense. Anyway, there's someone in the backstage. Let's get him on stage. Joe. Hello, Mr. X.
Hello, how are you?
Hey, by God's grace, okay. How are you doing?
I'm doing well. What about you?
Yeah, doing well. Is it your first time here? Please briefly introduce yourself.
Yeah, it's my first time here on your stream.
Okay, lovely. And
I would say it's my first time actually debating on a topic online, I would say.
okay, so and you
Yeah.
came here to debate. Please briefly introduce yourself.
So I'm from India. I won't reveal my name for some reasons. I am an atheist, and I believe that, as the topic mentioned, that Islam is evil. I'd say that every religion is evil, including Islam.
Okay, that's
Yeah.
interesting. So you are an atheist and I am a Christian. Help me understand how exactly Christianity is evil.
Any claim that is not questionable, anything that is sacred or divine that you cannot question it, falls into the criteria of dogmatism, where you cannot question it, and if you question it, you are you are doing blasphemy, or you have no authority to ask question. And there are beliefs where there is no evidence given, like the resurrection, or Jesus was born out of virgin. I mean, it's biologically impossible to someone born out of a virgin. It's impossible for a person to die and then resurrect again. So for me, as a person of logic, it don't seems very plausible.
Sure. You made two different points. Number one, the question was whether Christianity is evil, and you said anything that is not allowed to be scrutinized is evil. I would say that's true. If you can't question it, but
No, anything which is dogmatic, I would say.
I wouldn't. Okay, it depends on what the term dogmatic is. A little bit more of a gray area. Christianity, people can
Mhm.
question, and that's exactly what I allowed you to do. Yeah, I asked you why, and Christianity has been questioned for centuries by all sorts of people. As a matter of fact, some of the leading universities began to exist in the Western world when people questioned Christianity. Many fields of science began to exist. I'm not even talking about um, how Christianity was questioned by people of different fields of science. I'm saying fields of science even began to exist because of Christianity and because of the inherent culture that Christianity fosters, where people are allowed to question and are allowed to critically evaluate, reject, postpone decisions, and so on. So I don't know why you thought Christianity can't be questioned. In other words, you haven't yet given a proper factual case for why Christianity is evil. You've just suggested that if you can't question, then it is evil, but you haven't demonstrated why you think Christianity is not questionable.
I think it's not. I mean, if you, it is in some sense in the nowadays uh, world, but as Richard Dawkins make a case that Christianity used to be in the ancient Islam, where there were time when Christians used to be like Islamic people, so radical that if you question, it will be considered as blasphemy.
Where?
It were, uh,
Where?
I mean, for the Richard Dawkins have presented the idea of crusades, I think, where the Christianity was also very extreme. If you question it, you are going to have some sort of punishment, or it will be considered as blasphemous. So Christianity has evolved. I would say there is no doubt about it. Christianity evolved as we have a new term called lipstick Christians, who are not as radical, who are ready to change their beliefs, who are ready to evolve with the surroundings.
My,
But
my,
still,
my,
there are people who say
my,
that contraceptive pills are evil.
my, my,
Contraceptive pills should not be used.
my dear friend, um, do you understand, to explain the official disposition of a group, you can't use people who are not proper followers of a group?
I'm sorry. Can you come again?
You can't use the bad apples to demonstrate the case of an ideology.
No, but the bad apples, I mean that the bad apples use that divine claims to do
No,
what
no,
they did. I mean,
what,
see the case I'm creating here.
no, please.
If something is divine,
One second,
uh,
one second.
hmm,
Bad apples can't be used as examples in relation to a particular point made. For instance, you can't use a criminal in India to say this is how Indians behave. You can't. There are criminals in India, and criminals have to be properly identified as criminals, and that's not the non-criminal India.
no, I'm just saying that the bad apples are justified because of
justify. I want you to justify it. You can't.
yes, that is why religion is evil because
One sex.
hmm,
Don't speak over me. I won't speak over you. Don't speak over me. I want you to come back. I want you to now be factual. Explain why the ones, anyway, use the text, and people who you can demonstrate who have followed the text in relation to Jesus, the Bible, help me understand how the good apples did not allow for questions to happen.
Religion can have all sort of people, good or bad.
I'm not asking you to discuss theory right now. I'm asking you to go factually. Fact.
Mhm,
I'm not interested in your hypothesis right now. Facts. Jesus.
mhm.
What is Christianity is defined by Jesus. Whoever follows Jesus is a Christian. And
Uh-huh.
whoever follows Jesus in the way Jesus wants them to follow is a Christian.
Mhm,
So
mhm,
how did Jesus want them to follow? We have documentary evidence from the 1st century. We have, what is called the New Testament, this part
mhm,
of the Bible. Now you need to factually provide examples of those who followed the New Testament,
mhm.
who went against the idea of questioning either Jesus as a person or Christianity that was there in the 1st century as a religion. I want that. I don't want some Tom, Dick, and Harry who did terrible things in the name of Jesus, in some other, who didn't follow properly. doing terrible things. I thought that's not a good example. So I want you to come back.
No,
Give
as
me
far as I know, the New Testament is less barbaric than the Old Testament. And I believe, but the idea that we all have sins, and therefore Jesus sacrificed himself to to you know to on the behalf of our sins is an actually very foolish idea.
You've gone to a
Um,
different topic. I want you to stay on topic. You said Christianity is evil.
yeah, because why
No,
Jesus
please don't.
sacrificed himself?
You said
Okay.
Christianity is evil, and when I asked you to explain what you meant, you went to some centuries later bad apple, as opposed to the ones who actually followed the text properly. And that is where I want you to return to give an example from someone who followed the text properly, either from the first century or from today. But the text is the text. The text is the golden source which defines who the good apple is. So please provide examples. And you said the reason why you're going to call Christianity evil is because it doesn't allow questioning. So please use the text to explain why Christianity does not allow questioning, or please use the text to suggest to give some good apples examples. Use
Mhm.
them to say how they refused questions from happening, or questioning from happening.
If you ask about if I should cite a text from Bible, I'm not theologically very grounded in that sense. The
You
only
see,
point I'm here making is that the religious people who do bad things actually take the go beneath the religion in terms of their sacred claims, and they do their bad deeds and justify them by saying that you cannot question us because it is sacred. Nowadays it is Islam, but there was a time it was Christianity. I
you're going
am
there. Look, I look, my dear friend, please. I want. I'm really sorry. I'm not speaking over you. I'm actually cutting you short because you're not on topic. If you had pay, if you, I don't know how many of my videos you've watched. For me, truth matters. For me, facts matter. For me, evidence
Hmm,
matters.
hmm.
You can't both say, I don't know the text, and yet I'm going to give you some philosophical conclusions. I won't accept. If you don't know the text, you are
Hmm.
ill qualified to come up with conclusions.
So you came to the conclusion that Christianity is true after reading every religion?
What kind of question is this?
Because the question is, you said that truth matters, fact matter. I
Yeah.
don't need to read the whole Bible to confirm that Jesus was born out of virgin. It's a biological claim, and it's foolish claim.
Okay. Please
It's
listen to
it's
me.
not biologically correct claim. I don't have to read Bible for that.
Please listen to me. Please listen to me. There are two different topics. One is the veracity of the claims. Number two, the actual fundamentals being evil. These are two different topics. Do you appreciate this? I'm not asking
Yes.
you to. I'm not asking you to say Jesus, actually died, and I'm not discussing. I'm not asking you to demonstrate. We are not discussing the resurrection right now. Do you appreciate this?
Yes, we are not.
We're not. So please, we're not
Mhm.
discussing the virgin birth right now. You appreciate
No,
this?
we are not. No,
We're
we
not.
are not.
We're not even discussing whether the New Testament has supernatural input. Do you appreciate this?
Yeah, I appreciate
That's a
that.
different topic. I just don't
Yeah.
want you to confuse between topics. Keep those topics away. I'm willing to discuss them later. Now I'm focused on one topic, just one. And that one
Mhm.
topic is, you said Christianity is evil. So for Christianity to be evil, Christianity doesn't have to be a supernatural religion. Christianity, you don't have to explain to me why Jesus was could not have been born of. That's irrelevant. Virgin birth, resurrection, irrelevant. Pretend Christianity has no supernatural input. Your claim is it is evil. I'm asking you to explain why it is evil. This is the only topic I'm focused on. You're saying it is
Mm.
evil. I'm asking you to explain. And you had only one explanation so far on the topic.
Mm.
And that explanation was, you said it doesn't allow religion, any religion that doesn't allow people to question is evil. I agree with that. If questioning is not allowed at all, that is evil. I completely agree. That would be, brainwashing, anti, rational and whatever. I completely agree. And that is where I'm just focused on that. Just one topic. Please, once you finish this, I'm willing, we are friends. Yeah, we can discuss until cows come home. We can take all sorts of different topics to discuss. But unless we learn to stay on topic, we will not do justice to one topic, even one. I don't want to discuss 100 different topics, half-baked, where we can't arrive at conclusions on any of them. So please, let's focus on
So,
this. Christianity is
so
evil. Your point
according to
is
you,
that it
history.
doesn't allow people to question. And when I pushed you on that, you gave the example of how some people who were questioned were persecuted, which I'm assuming you're talking about inquisitions or whatever else. I don't want to put words in your mouth. I'm assuming I don't know what you have in mind, and so I'm saying, please either go to the text or either discuss the theoretical framework of Christianity as presented in the model of Jesus, or number two, take the example of someone who you can demonstrate to be a good follower of Jesus and demonstrate how, whilst they are good followers of Jesus, they actually went against free speech, people being able to ask questions. Please demonstrate. Did that happen? You are suggesting that happened. I told you areas of science emerged because of Christianity. I am telling you the exact opposite. You are still insisting that happened. Please stay focused there. Give me details.
So you have discarded any historical event on which Christianity or their false believer did the wrong things. Am I right on that?
I am discarding. In my discussion right now, I haven't made any point. I'm just scrutinizing your point.
No, I'm just asking that
In my
all
life,
the barbaric acts
in my life,
Christians or according to you, the false believer of the Christianity did, you don't account them in Christianity.
anyone who is not consistent with Jesus is not a Christian. Today, for example, I'll give you a simple point here. I can't be a dictator and say, hey, look, you Jehovah's Witnesses, you can't claim to be Christian. I can't force them. I can't. Jesus doesn't allow me to force. So people say whatever they want to say. You could be a Muslim and say, look, we love Jesus. You can say whatever you want to say. And so anyone can say anything. Anyone can say, that they are Christians. Anyone can make self-claims. And so in the context that anyone can make self-claims in all sorts of different areas, including religion, we are now we can't be naive and say, oh, okay, this fellow claimed to be a Christian and therefore we'll put him in the same pot. We can't. We shouldn't. That will be serious injustice to the actual truth. So what we should do is really find out, based on the original sources, who the true Christians are and evaluate them. That is what would do justice to the claim that Christianity is evil. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, I understood. It is completely fine from a theistic perspective where you are indulging yourself in the theology, where you are trying to understand whether the interpretation of that that text is done on with the right intention or not. It's fine. It's completely fine from a theistic perspective. Let's say, see it from my perspective. I see a person who claim himself as a Christian and then doing all those barbaric and atrocious crimes. Do you still say that I will go into the text and see of what perspective he's picking at, or I'll say, he's a religious, and moreover he's a Christian and he did all the barbaric acts. Therefore, the religion itself is evil. Am I making wrong? If you can correct me if I'm wrong.
Sure. Before directly responding to you, I'll give you a situation. Yeah, simple. You shouldn't even ask me this question. I'll give you a situation. You will find if you respond to that properly, you will answer your question yourself. So let's say I don't know how old you are. Let's say you're in your early 30s or whatever.
I'm 20 years old, by the way.
You're 20 years old. So
Maybe I'm irritating to you by making the by making
No.
foolish claims.
No,
Just
I'm
I'm trying to
thoroughly,
understand.
completely. I'm thoroughly enjoying the conversation. You have been very engaging in the conversation. Sometimes you're wrong, but when I insist that you're wrong, you are able to change gears. So I'm thoroughly enjoying. Please don't apologize. Even if if you're a troublemaker, I will still enjoy our conversation. But you're not a troublemaker. You've really been really good so far. So I really enjoy this
Yes.
conversation. Um, um, okay. Anyway, so okay. Let's say you're 20-year-old. Let's say you are in your university, and then let's say
Mm.
suddenly some fellow comes to you and he says, "Hey, look, your mother is angry with you. Your mother
Mm.
is so terribly angry with you that she is going to, I don't know, beat you up or whatever." And you look at that person and it's, "Oh, okay, I know you. You are the one, who's a family enemy. Maybe an enemy, some sort of an enemy to your family.
Mhm.
And you said, oh, look, how I'll destroy your family or whatever." Now you're telling me, Mama, hey, will you ignore that person or will you take that person seriously on this claim?
No, I will ignore
Why?
because I know he is my enemy.
But he came and said that he's speaking something about. Let's say he said, "I know, I just watched something, and I'm coming here to tell you your mother is angry and she's going to beat you up big time, whatever." He's telling you that
No,
he just saw these things.
maybe I'm very well aware from the intentions that he's coming from, and
Ah,
that are not very pure.
so that is the important point that I'm making. My point is, anyone can say anything, anyone can do anything in this world. There is no
Mm.
one, ruler of the entire world at any time apart from God. And that God is going to judge at a time in the future. In the
Mm.
meantime, there are human beings who are doing all sorts of things. Some evil, some terrible, all sorts of things are happening right now. All sorts of people are speaking on behalf of all sorts of entities, ideologies. People
Mm.
who are speaking on behalf of Hindus, people who are speaking on behalf of atheists, all sorts of people are speaking on behalf of all sorts of people.
Mm.
But clearly, I can't be naive enough to hear, one, for example, some atheist said, "Oh, look, we are so angry against all believers, we're going to beat them up." Just because one fellow has said that somewhere, I'm not going to accuse you of being hatred or hateful towards people who
Mhm.
believe. You know what I mean? I can't. I can't say, "Look, Stalin killed millions and therefore you must be a murderer." I can't. I can't.
Mhm.
Stalin was also an atheist. And so the point is, I should employ a relative level of discretion and say, look, what is your motivation? You could be an atheist but have a particular worldview even within the broader spectrum of
Mhm.
atheism. Likewise, what I'm asking you to do is, Jesus showed up in this world. He did show up in this world. Whether supernaturally or not, we can discuss later. But there was a person called Jesus in this world. Associated with him are these documents called New Testament. I'm not asking you to believe in all of it. I'm not. But
Mhm.
for this topic, I'm merely focused on the moral implications of the behavior of those who followed him, or the moral stance of the actual text, not the
Mm.
supernatural stance, but the moral stance. I'm merely asking you that if you're trying to comment on that, you can't take
Mm.
someone who spoke on behalf of that or did some stuff on behalf of that in some you can't. You ask me, can you, as an atheist, why don't you? I'm saying, well, that would be naive. Don't do it. If you want to comment on the actual, worldview called Christianity, the
Mhm.
original one, I'm talking about the original one. Yeah? People who follow all
Mhm.
sorts of versions because of all sorts of motivations, they may not,
Mm.
for various reasons, uh, all sorts of people, maybe 1,000 different variations of quote unquote Christianity exist today for all sorts of reasons.
Mhm.
But you can't. But you should be able to see what was there in the first century. What is that Jesus taught, and can I comment on the moral stance of that? That's what you should be doing. So, in other words, the answer now, if I could answer your question, no, even from an atheistic stance, you should be able to discard the bad apples. You should come to the good apples. You should find the golden source of information. If you listen to my debate speakers
Um,
call, I always go to the Quran. I'm not concerned about
mm.
what this individual did, what that individual did. I'm not going by the
Hmm.
examples of Osama bin Laden or someone else. No, I am asking what does the text say? And if the text
Hmm.
says this, and if Osama bin Laden actually follows the text better than my peaceful next door Muslim, I'm saying, look, focus on the text. That's my point. And so please, you need to
So,
do that.
so yeah, you've given a very good example of Stalin. Many people regard him as atheist, which I do. I don't say that he was not an atheist. But what was similar in him, which is very similar to religion, was he was very dogmatic about his claims. He said that, the only thing that you should focus is on the the main science. He dogmatized science, and you
Listen,
don't
listen,
have to
I'm
believe religion.
really not interested in discussions
No,
of
no.
various. I'm asking you to focus on
What I'm
Jesus.
saying you is,
I what I'm
yeah, yeah. I
asking
understood.
you
I
is,
understood your
I'm
point.
a
I understood.
Christian.
You said
You're saying Christianity is evil.
you should
Please focus on that.
you should always understand a true. You should always understand true religion by the true scriptures and from true Jesus. I
Yes,
understood that. I understood.
because there are 1,000 nasty stuff out there. Don't discard the diamond. And so I want you to focus. Go. Let me put it
But
this way.
let's say
Let me put it this way.
you've talked
When you
about Osama bin
understand the
Laden.
morality of Jesus, let me ask you this: do you know
Mhm.
of any other person in human history who said, "Love your enemy"?
Mm, I would say I'm from India, so yeah. I think there is no one. I would say, as far
No one.
as I am
No one.
able
Would you
to.
consider love to be the greatest ethic that human beings have ever come across?
Yeah, everyone should have love.
Everyone should have, everyone yearns for love. Everyone longs for love.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Everyone knows love is precious. Love builds
Mm.
societies. Love does tremendous things. Everyone knows practically, yet no one was able to articulate except for Jesus. There's something special about
Mm-hmm.
this. Something special. You can't accuse that person who articulated
So
what
I'm not
everyone else
saying
was
that
incapable. What everyone else was
Jesus.
incapable
I'm not saying
was
that Jesus was
what
wrong.
everyone else was incapable,
Mm-hmm.
even though experientially they could see it, everyone else is incapable. Jesus was able to articulate and push to its limit. Love your enemies. And you want to call the worldview that he advanced as evil? You must be evil.
No, I what I'm saying is that let's understand it from a different example, because again maybe you're getting biased. Let's say we talk about Ram, okay, the Hindu Ram.
I want to
Hindu
talk
Ram.
about Jesus. I
Yeah, yeah.
really
Just
want
just
to
just
focus on
just
Jesus.
giving you the example that you can understand my
Tell me,
perspective.
please.
Let's say we talk about Ram. Now Ram was not a lunatic fanatic who was fighting for nothing or invading everyone. He was fighting for his wife. He never preached violence. He never preached that you should not respect your women. Everything was there. Everything I've heard about Ram. But nowadays, people use the word of Ram like Jai Shri Ram. And if I will stand in the street and say something critical about Ram, at the very moment I'm in danger, I can lose my life. And now it is somehow not driving from the exact teaching of Ram, but because Ram is characterized as a sacred person, you cannot question it because the sentiments are connected with Ram.
My
The
dear friend,
people's sentiments is with Ram.
my dear friend, I am not defending any other religion right now. I agree with you.
Same with Jesus.
No, no,
I would
one
say
second.
not now. It is not the case now, but there used to be a time when Christians used to do the exactly same thing.
Are you able to demonstrate through evidence that actually good apples of Jesus did terrible things? Please.
What I'm concerned about is that people did lose their life or lost their life because of Christianity, because of Islam, not
Whoa,
the
whoa, whoa,
exact
whoa, whoa, whoa,
teachings.
whoa, 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 whoa. please. You can't just repeat. Can you demonstrate? So you are claiming that because of quote unquote Christianity, I'm assuming you mean the original Christianity, the people have lost lives. I'm asking you to demonstrate the connection.
The connection is assuming that something is divine and sacred. That's it. That's my point.
My dear friend, I gave you an example, an analogy. For you to know what state your mental state or emotional state your mother is in relation to you, you should depend on authentic sources, not some lunatic sources, not evil sources. You need to depend on authentic sources based on which you can understand, or maybe your mother is angry with you.
I'm not saying something is authentic or not. I'm saying is something is.
My dear friend, Jesus should be measured based on what he said and measured based on people who live by what he said. If you do anything else, you're doing a serious injustice. I can do the same thing to you. If everyone does this to everyone else, the world will be a mess. I'm asking you.
Let's say if we see that Jesus was very good. He was a great man. He used to preach great things. Maybe I'll regard him as a great philosopher who gave us
Sure,
a
but
great way
that's
of
a different
living.
topic. At least,
But I won't regard him as
is
sacred,
Jesus
as
evil?
God.
I merely, please, that's a different topic. I don't want to confuse between topics. Is Jesus evil?
No, Jesus itself. As
Is
I
Jesus,
don't know the theology, I am getting a guess from what you have told. So yes, Jesus was not evil.
are the teachings of Jesus evil?
The one you have stated, from that, no.
Are the early followers of Jesus evil?
And hence, no.
Are the followers who faithfully follow Jesus evil?
Now, there is the difference, I would say. Because there are people who claim themselves as the faithful follower.
Anyone can claim anything. I'm asking you for your judgment. The
Yes,
faithful
my judgment.
follower.
According to an atheist who claim himself as a Christian, is a follower of Jesus. And if he did a bad thing, for me, it is blamed on Christianity.
But you are a person who would employ proper reasoning and not.
Why I will.
This is unbelievable. I really can't believe. I'll give you another example. I'll really give you another example. Let's say you need to buy a phone. Yeah. Let's say you're trying to find out what phone you need to buy. And let's say you're exploring a particular version of maybe an Apple phone or whatever, or a Samsung phone or whatever. Yeah. Let's say an Apple phone, for simplicity, an Apple iPhone, the latest version or whatever else. That's what you're thinking about. Now you also get, so you're trying to read reviews or whatever. And as you read reviews, you realize, hey, look, there are plenty of fake iPhones out there. And the reviews are saying, oh, this is good. These phones are good. And there are reviews that say, oh, these are evil. But then you explore the details and you realize, actually, you know what? The evil ones, when I say evil, I mean the ones that don't work properly, are actually the fake counterfeits. Are you now saying, when you have explored carefully, understood carefully, and you have enough information to distinguish what a counterfeit is, what a true faithful phone is, you've employed your reasoning, you are able to discriminate? Are you saying, oh, because there are counterfeits and people are complaining, I won't buy an Apple iPhone? Is that what you're saying? Or rather you'd
Completely
say that
understood your
iPhones are
analogy.
bad,
So you are
don't
saying me
work?
to explore the specifications of phone and then say, this is good and this is bad by exploring. Am I
Exploring
right?
what is authentic and what is a
Yeah.
counterfeit.
But then let's say I
Do you
asked the
agree with
very
me?
first question before
Do you
before
agree?
starting the
Do
exploration.
you agree with me? Will you do this? That
Yeah, I will do that. But before
no,
that,
please, I want you to focus on this. Will you agree with me
I agree
that if
with you
you're able
100%.
to
I will.
discriminate,
I should
listen,
explore.
you should explore, number one. Number
Yes,
two,
agreed.
after you've explored, if you're able to clearly say, look, all original Apple
Agreed.
iPhones, good quality, and
Hmm.
all the complaints are clearly from counterfeits. So I have no reason to have concerns
Yeah.
about buying an Apple iPhone as long as I make
Hmm.
sure I'm buying it from the right place, not the
Hmm.
counterfeit, but the real one. Yeah.
Hmm.
Is that what you would do,
Understood.
or would you
But
just say,
before that,
oh, I will never buy it?
but before
Say again.
that, I question. But before
Yeah.
that, I question whether this device is real or not. And I will ask this to the shopkeeper. I'm just saying,
Okay.
just
The
understand,
reason
understand.
why you don't
I will
have
ask
this
this to the shopkeeper.
problem,
No, no,
every time,
I understood your. I understood your.
every time I push you here, you can't just escape and run away there.
No,
You
no,
can't.
no. I'm not escaping. I
If you
understand and
want me to
completely
leave that
agree with
topic,
you.
okay,
I
I can
completely
discuss
agree with
every
you.
mistakes, please. Okay, so I'm going to conclude right now on this topic and say, okay, clearly you've struggled. You can't demonstrate. I have demonstrated to the contrary, and you have agreed based on information I have given you that Jesus and his teachings are good and his followers are good.
Mhm.
That is what we have arrived at based on what I can see. Now, okay, now let's talk about whether
No,
whether
you have given your conclusion. Let me give mine, and then we'll move ahead. I agreed that Jesus was good, but I will not agree that Jesus' followers were good because they were both types, evil and good. Now we'll say they were true believers. No, I'm not interested in that. They were claimed to be the believers.
I'm
They said that Jesus is great, Jesus
my
is
dear
good.
sir, mistakes. If you can't apply discretion to that extent, I'm really not interested in your conclusions. Look. I can easily discard you and say, "Look, you're like Stalin. You're terrible, man." I can do that. If that's what I want to do, I can. But I don't want to lower my quality to that extent. I want to
No, no, I'm
measure.
just
I
showing
want
my
to measure.
disagreement where
I
it is.
want to measure. I want to measure people based on the nitty-gritty of where they come from. I don't want to put people in a. I don't. What you're doing right now, I don't encourage at all. I'm not interested in your conclusion. I'm really not interested. You might think you have some marvelous conclusion. I am real. To me, it's primitive. I'm not interested. And
Yeah.
therefore
That's,
let's move to the other topic.
Mhm.
Okay. So you were saying. Okay, let's talk about, let's say, the resurrection. Resurrection is, by the way, the entry point for the supernaturality of Jesus, not the virgin birth, but resurrection.
And why
So
not the virgin birth?
no one believes in the virgin birth without the resurrection. Let's put it this way. In the gamut of miracles recorded in the New Testament,
Mhm.
there are some miracles which are not available for verification directly today. One of them is the virgin birth. Every Christian who is
Mm.
able to think through this properly knows it. No Christian would say, "Hey, look, I have evidence for virgin birth." No one would say. You won't find debates happening on virgin birth of Jesus. You will not find, because everyone who's reasonable understands not every miracle is available for verification with equal level of availability. Everyone knows. Some are more available and therefore are entry points into trusting the person more. For instance, I'll give you a simple example. I'll give you a simple analogy. Yeah. As human beings, we sometimes think, oh, this person is trustworthy. Yeah. Some
Mhm.
person is trustworthy. Some other person is not trustworthy. You can come with the judgments. Yeah.
Mhm.
But to come, for example, if I'm going to say some person is trustworthy, I'm not necessarily saying I've explored every aspect of his life and I've established that he's trustworthy in everything. No, that's not what people do. That's not how reality works. I, consider what is statistically significant sample population,
Mhm.
samples for me to
Mhm.
study the person. And I can say, look, in these important situations, I know, even though it would have cost him his own life or whatever, or £1,000,000, he was able
Mm.
to stick to truth, and he was willing to. And so I can, so in other words, human beings, we go with, everyone does this. This is how reality works. You go
Mm.
with statistically significant samples
Mm.
to establish and arrive at some conclusions. Likewise, in the case of Jesus, in terms of the claims of the supernatural aspects of Jesus' life, the
Mm.
statistically significant one miracle is the resurrection of Jesus, not the virgin birth. And this is where an apostle of Jesus, Paul, said, for various reasons, but this is one of the reasons. He said, if Jesus did not rise, we believe in vain. If that did not happen, there's no point in Christianity. Whether Jesus was virgin born or not, it was irrelevant and still is irrelevant. And so
Mm.
that's how scrutiny works. So I'm commending to you, unless you're going to demonstrate otherwise, the entry point into the miraculous nature of Jesus for us in the 21st century,
Okay.
especially, and for anyone in the 2nd century, 3rd century, 4th century, would have been the resurrection of Jesus. To whom the virgin birth would have been important? The virgin birth would have been important for people such as Joseph, Mary, who were the parents, Joseph being the
Mm.
supposed father. For them, that miracle was, the virgin birth would have been more important, because they were seeing things play out in a
Mm.
particular way, which we don't have access to. So miracles happen in different ways, and they are studied in different ways. For me, resurrection. So please help me understand. So what is your quibble about resurrection of Jesus?
He died and then rose from the death again. Is it?
Yeah.
For me, it's biologically not plausible, I would say.
Not plausible. Are you carefully using the word? You know the difference between possible and plausible.
I would say possible. Oh, sorry, we're using plausible.
So help me understand. So biologically not possible
Yes, you cannot
says what?
die,
Says what in biology?
because when you die, everything, the anatomy stops working. Then you
I know
cannot.
you are saying this. I know you are saying this. I'm asking what in biology says it.
Is biology, is anatomy the part of biology?
Anatomy is part of biology,
And when
but
I say that anatomy stops working, I'm talking about biology itself.
when you are saying anatomy stops working, you are saying
Okay, so
something.
why would I explain you? The claim is yours. Why
Mistakes.
don't you give an
Please,
evidence?
mistakes. Please listen. I want you to understand how science works. Anyone can comment about science. Anyone,
Mhm.
anyone with a mouth can. But there are such things as laws. You would be familiar. Uh,
Mhm.
Newton's laws, for example.
Mhm.
Laws of motion, and there are various other laws. Law in chemistry, in physics, various sorts of laws. Um,
Mhm.
uh, and it is the laws that dictate what is not possible, not you. You can demonstrate a law, but until you demonstrate something to be a law, your comment is irrelevant. I'm asking you,
What sort of
what
law
in
explains death?
biology dictates a dead person cannot come back alive?
Let's say the clinical death, which says that the heart stops pumping the blood and the person stops breathing and therefore not receiving the oxygen anymore, and it is irreversible from any sort
Who
of.
says it is irreversible? I'm asking you. I know generally it is. I know what I know generally it is. I'm asking you, what
What
in the
sort of law?
law you believe?
Biology. Maybe you can enlighten me. I'm not aware of. There are certain set of laws that explain that someone is dead.
I'll clarify, and you will see where you are going wrong.
No,
Sometimes,
because me, a biological death is that there is no regeneration of cells anymore, and your body starve because of oxygen, and your body is not getting more
My
oxygen,
dear
and
friend,
therefore they
my
cease to
sure,
function.
my dear friend. Do you know? Are you familiar with the idea of a law in science?
Yes, there are different laws of physics, but I'm not aware
You
of
know how a
biology as a law
law
of death.
is demonstrated.
Uh, what sort of law you're talking about? I'm not able to understand.
And that's where I want you to focus right now, please. Um, a law. Are you? What's your field of
I am doing psychology as of now.
you're doing psychology? Sure. And
Mhm.
are you good in mathematics or are you not good in mathematics? Have you
No,
been good
I'm
in
very poor in
very good in
mathematics.
mathematics? Okay. That's fine. Okay, I can maybe just use general English parlance right now. You might have been familiar, when you did your schooling, that you would have come across things such as theorems in mathematics, for instance, theorems
Hmm.
that you have to prove.
Hmm.
Theorems that you have to prove. There are various ways of proving. One of them, for example, is induction. You might have heard of induction as a
Inductive
methodology
reasoning.
of proof. You might have heard that term. Likewise, in physics, for example, there are laws,
Hmm.
laws such as Newton's laws of motion, uh, electromagnetic laws. Different laws exist in different fields. They are
Hmm.
actually true, demonstrably true. Now, clearly, when like 2,000 years ago, perhaps, let's say 5,000, 3,000 years ago, not everyone knew every law. Sorry, maybe no one knew particular laws. And over a period of time, people found out laws, explored and found out. And Christianity, by the way, played a huge part in this. People found out law, different
Hmm.
laws. But to find a law, when I say find a law, what I mean is they studied behavior and they were able to
Hmm.
prove that something. Proof is important. Prove something is true for every single case. Only when you can demonstrate that something is true for every single case, it becomes a law.
Okay.
If it is true, in many cases, it is not a law.
Okay. Let's stick to was Jesus a human?
But I want to finish this. Only if
Okay.
something is true for every single case, it is a law. And only a
Hmm.
law can't be contravened. When it is no, when you have studied only 5 cases, for example, oh look, in my neighborhood, for all people I know are happy, and therefore I'm going to suggest that everyone in my neighborhood is happy as a law. No, who says? People you might have met might have been happy, but some, maybe they're happy only at the time you met. Maybe you didn't study them properly. You know what I mean? Also, the complexities exist. But
Hmm.
if I said, hey, look, all the people in my neighborhood, if they fall from a tree, they will fall to the floor. That is a law. You understand what I'm
Hmm.
saying? For
Okay.
that to be considered, you need to demonstrate that in every single case. So, very simply, long story short, there is no law that exists in biology which says dead person can't return alive. For
Uh,
the simple reason that that hasn't been demonstrated in every single case. You are entirely right that that would have been true in most lives, apart from in the lives of the miracles, in the cases of the miracles that the Bible and other places record, especially in the person of Jesus. It is a miracle that was recorded in history, and that one instance alone would disregard a possibility of something, that the claim that you made to be formulated as a law. If someone says, oh, dead people can't return back alive, I'd say, no, Jesus did. Jesus did.
so
I have one example in history, Jesus did. And so you
so
can't
you're
suggest
saying
that
that
as a law.
no, no, no. If we are not having a law, as in law, objective law, uh, but we can demonstrate biologically that in our empirical, I would say, limitation, there is no human who can reverse the cell generation when the anatomy stops working.
Remember, you said no people. You know what? How many
In
examples you
our
have?
empirical,
You can't say in
the
our empirical
huge
evidence, and then you
amount
can't
of
say no people.
humans that we have
My dear friend,
seen.
my dear friend, you both don't. You don't seem to understand what the law is. You can't say in our
I'm
empirical
accepting that maybe there is
evidence.
no law.
Please, yeah, you can't say you would be contradicting yourself when you say in the examples I have chosen, and then say it is a law. You're contradicting yourself. When you say no one, it has to be no one. This is the rigor of mathematics. This is a rigor of scientific laws. It has to be in every possible, every single instance. It has to be true,
Because I
and there
think
exists no such
the
biological law.
subject matter of physics and biology are very two different things. Because as far as I know that mathematics works on constants, whereas biology is not constant. It is evolutionary. It is changing over the period of time, and we can actually know that it is changing. I mean, the
My different,
regeneration and the
my
dying of
different.
cells at the
I'll give
same
you a
time.
simple example. Human beings breathing works based on hemoglobin. It can be, if I wanted to, I can state that as a law. It's true in every single case. I can state that as a law, and I can demonstrate through induction that to be the, different ways of doing it. We are. I don't want to. Very simply, the resurrection. What you need to focus on is not to say, "Oh, it couldn't have happened." You should say, "Yeah, clearly it couldn't happen," and that is exactly why I take this seriously. The question you need to ask is the evidence in the case of Jesus. Does that point to a resurrection or not? Have you studied the case of Jesus' resurrection? Have you studied in particular?
No, I have uh, an idea of what resurrection was, which I stated you earlier, and you said that was the case where he died and then born again.
Yeah, in the case of Jesus, have you studied or not?
In the case of, if you see again, I haven't read the exact
This is
story of what
important.
happened.
This is important, isn't it?
Uh, See, for me, if the upper claim is bit foolish, I won't
Which is
waste
the
my
upper
time
claim?
going the upper claim that he rose from the dead.
But you haven't
I will
explored
not.
that.
But that is the essential claim, I would say.
But no, excuse me, my dear friend. If you don't explore, the one who is foolish is you
Uh, Now
to conclude
you have
without
been.
exploring.
I'm very sorry to say that you've emphasized on this world explore, and that is why I've asked you. You said according to you, Christianity is the only true religion. But then I ask you, have you
I whoa,
explored the
whoa, whoa, whoa,
every
whoa, 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 whoa,
religion?
whoa. Don't go anywhere else, my dear friend. The resurrection of Jesus, you were saying
No,
because of some upper
I'm just
claim. I don't
saying,
know what upper claim
I'm
you
just
mean.
saying.
The resurrection
I,
of Jesus.
no, no. What I'm
Do
saying to
you
you
think?
is,
Do you do you not see the importance? Do you not see the importance that you have to explore the case for the resurrection of Jesus? If you have to discount it,
I
do you
will
not see that
not,
point?
because the first claim is foolish, according to me,
What is the first claim?
that he rose from the dead.
Well, that is the exact claim that you haven't explored. How do you, what you haven't explored? Why
For
are you
me, it
saying?
is biologically impossible.
But you haven't explored this one case, which contradicts your claim of impossibility. You haven't explored. Can you imagine doing
Let's
science where
say,
you ignore? 1 second. Can you imagine? Can you imagine you being in your fancy mind? You come up with a wonderful psychology related, whatever, like Pavlov's experiment or whatever. You come, you say something, but then you ignore every single possible case that contradicts you. Can you imagine the level of science that you're doing?
no,
I'm suggesting to you, you are
in terms
suggesting
of,
resurrection is impossible. I'm telling you there is one case, the person of Jesus, which contradicts your claim. Have you explored?
no,
You
no,
have
I
to
haven't
explore.
explored the going deep into that? Because
Not
for
deep. Have
me,
you begun exploring?
huh?
Have you begun exploring?
No, I will not, as long as the
Oh,
the
that's
superficial claim
dogmatic.
is
That's
not
dogmatic and
relevant.
blind.
No,
I
see,
will not.
if I say no, because it is like that is why I'm giving you this example. You say that Christianity is the true religion, and then I ask you, have
I
you
cannot prove
explored?
anything
But
else.
then again, you won't answer it. You won't answer it because you know you haven't explored every religion.
I
You
know.
haven't explored every religion,
I look.
and then
I
you came to the
allow you.
conclusion.
Okay, okay. Say what you want to say, and I
Okay,
can't even.
what I'm
Please
saying is,
say what you want to say.
you are accusing me that you haven't explored Christianity, and then you're coming to a conclusion. I can apply the same logic to you, is that you
Okay,
haven't explored the rest of the 499 religion, and then you came to the conclusion that Christianity is
please.
true.
So what
You should
exactly is it?
you should explore 499 religions.
Excuse me. One second. Okay. Okay. I'm not asking you to threaten. I'm asking you to actually accuse me. What haven't I done which I should have done? Please go ahead.
What?
What haven't I done which I should have done?
You should have the logic that you are applying on me, that you haven't
Yes.
explored Christianity and therefore you cannot say it evil. You haven't read Resurrection and therefore you cannot say it as false. But because for me the premises was kind of foolish, and therefore I will not wasting my time reading on it. I will read if I get the time, but I
Don't
can
read
get an
for foolish.
abstract
In
idea.
my
it's
mind, my
it's
dear
it's a
friend, in my
foolish
mind,
claim.
you're 20. Please listen. You're 20-year-old. I'm 42 years old. I can tell you, you're the only one who is foolish right now. Refusing to read yet conclude is the utter level of foolishness and dogmatic stance. So
I'm not
please,
refusing to read. I'm just
please,
saying that
now
I
comment.
will read.
What exactly is my stance which is wrong? What I haven't
that you
explored? What?
that you know it for a fact that Christianity is true, and not releasing and not really reading the actual many different kind of religions according to your logic.
Okay, please be specific. I know Jesus came back alive. So where exactly am I going wrong? What should I know now, which I'm refusing to learn? What exactly am I refusing to learn, which you want me to learn?
No, I'm not talking about Jesus. I'm talking about that you believe that your religion is the only truth. Is it?
Please answer my question. What
No, no,
you
no, because then you're dragging to the Jesus. No, no, don't straw man me. What I
No,
gave
please,
you the
I'll
example.
ask a
Answer on that.
specific question. Please listen.
No, no, no. I asked you a specific question and you're not answering. And then
What's please? The question is specific. Unbelievable. I'll type this question.
Mhm.
So, what exactly have I not explored, which I should explore, without which I would be foolish, or taking the same stance as you? Please, what exactly?
Okay. Let me start with the question. Do you believe that Christianity is the only true religion?
I believe Jesus is the only true God.
No, Christianity. Do you believe that Christianity is the only true religion?
Yeah, in the
Yeah.
sense of representing God. Yeah.
Yes. So how without reading the 4,099 religion, you came to the conclusion that your only one religion is true.
So,
For
sorry.
this,
Whoa. So, what is this without reading the 419? What 419 are you talking about? That I have.
because you have put me in the same situation. You said, have you read
Forget about
Resurrection?
what I did to you. I'm asking you, but don't be offended. Just focus on what I've asked. What haven't I read? Focus on that. What haven't I read?
Other religion before coming
Which
to the
one?
conclusion
Please,
that Christianity is the true
which one do you
religion.
have in my? I haven't got a clue.
Have you
Which
read
one?
have you read Buddhism?
I'm researching Buddhism. Yeah,
Jainism?
I relatively know
Norse
about.
mythology?
Say again.
Norse
Norse
mythology?
mythology. Does no?
Norse, Norse.
Norse mythology I haven't studied. Is
Okay.
does Norse
Then
mythology?
the Greek one.
No, wait a second. Norse mythology, is there any credible supernatural even there that I could study?
Have you gone through that? I'm just asking.
I'm asking you. You are
No,
saying
because I haven't. Because no, I'm saying that I haven't read every religion. But then you claim, na? Because you haven't read Resurrection and therefore you cannot
my dear
refute it.
psychiatrist. Did you say psychiatrist or psychologist?
I'm a psychologist, not a psychologist, a student of psychology, I would say.
You are a student of psychology. Please listen carefully. Don't accuse without even knowing the substance of accusation. Please don't. You can't claim that I've ignored a source of knowledge when you don't even know what that source is. You can't. I can't say you are ignorant about A, B, and C when I don't know what A, B, and C are. I can't. In my awareness of my careful exploration, there is nothing supernatural claimed as a verifiable event as the events in Jesus, in the life of Jesus in particular, and in the Bible more generally. There is nothing else. The closest I find are the claims in Islam, which I have studied in detail, and I found them to be false. I've studied and explored Buddhism. I've studied and explored. I'm studying. I'm researching, not from. I'm researching based on first principles. All other major claimants, and I don't see any merit to them. Someone who doesn't even claim, I don't have time for. I'm asking you: do you think Norse mythology makes claims of
Yes, they have
supernatural?
God, like Thor.
Anyone
They
can
have
say
God.
they have God. I'm asking you, verifiable supernaturality? What is the verifiable supernaturality in Norse mythology?
They have gods who are like literal gods of thunder,
Can you
god
answer
of.
me? Can you ever
Huh?
focus on a question that someone has asked? What verifiable supernaturality is claimed? Verifiable supernaturality is claimed. What?
I don't know if it is fiable or not.
No, please
I
don't
think
waste.
because I
Please
haven't
don't waste.
explored it yet.
If you don't explore, don't call someone foolish for not
No,
exploring.
I'm putting you in your exact logic.
My different. Maybe you're too young to be able to focus on a meaningful conversation. Okay, listen carefully. There could be plenty of claimants. When someone doesn't even claim, I don't have to consider. Very simple. Claimants are those which are considered. And I have arrived at Jesus, and I found him to be true. Jesus died, came back alive. Strong claimant, historically strong claimant for centuries, scrutinized rigorously, and I'm asking you to learn this claim.
Scrutinized based on what?
Don't cut me short. You clearly can't focus on one point at a time. Please don't. So, scrutinize based on evidence, with this, which is what people use to scrutinize.
What
So,
evidence?
would you like to study?
Yes, let's do it. What evidence do you have?
Sure. I've written a book on this. My copy is there. I've written a book on this, by the way. You can.
Yeah, you can summarize it.
Look. My dear friend, based on your waffling so far, my respect level for you is very low. So don't think you've done some marvelous job that you want me to, spoon feed you right now. What I'm saying is, you are mockingly asking what evidence. I'm saying it's an area of research. I've written a book on this. Until 2 minutes ago, you refused to even consider learning. If you could just confirm that you're willing to learn, I'll be happy with this conversation and I'll move on. Are you willing to consider this case?
No, maybe I will not
So
spend my time.
why did you ask me
No,
to?
no, no.
You
See,
just want me to. You just want to start the problem.
because let's say if I'm claiming a foolish claim, okay, then you will ask, okay, what
I
evidence do you
asked a
have?
simple question, my dear friend. You're refusing to learn, refusing to
Yes,
consider. So why did you ask me what the evidence is? Why did you ask? Just
I'm
about
just want you
just
to state the
very minute.
evidence. Just state the
Say again.
evidence. I'm not saying to tell me what resurrection all about, what's the context, what's the historical context. Just give me the evidence.
Yeah. Tacitus, Suetonius, Pliny the Younger, renowned historians, non-Christian historians, Josephus. Say again.
Okay, so I think they claim that Jesus was reborn. There is no evidence again. It's all these all are claim. Historian make claims as no evidence.
Mistakes. Do you know the name Tacitus?
If you say that they are historians,
Wow,
they
wow,
are
wow, wow,
claiming
wow,
it.
wow.
There is no
I've asked you a
evidence.
question.
You said they are
The
historians. I
the
didn't say
question is
I know that.
specific. Do you know Tacitus or not?
No,
Then don't comment. Zip.
no. You said that he's historian. I didn't say it.
Okay. I'll play 30 seconds ago. You said these are not evidence. You said
Yes,
this, yeah?
these are claims.
When you haven't got a clue who Tacitus is, can you imagine the level of foolishness I'm dealing with here, where a person does not have a clue, yet he wants to come up with conclusions? Terrible. And you are a psychologist.
If your evidence is historical claims, these are just claims.
I recommend that you better don't practice psychology. Please don't. Psychology is an area where people are really poor victims, and at the
Yeah,
level of
mostly religious.
your quality, people such as you, when they practice, people are poor people.
Yeah, poor religious people. I agree with you.
Thank you. Mistakes. I don't know what else to say. Very simply, someone who doesn't care about evidence, someone who doesn't want to know about evidence, someone who, when knowing nothing, wants to conclude. I have zero respect. Absolutely phenomenal. Joe, I think he might have jumped off himself. Yeah, I'm assuming. I don't think he would have. Anyway, Joe, who is yeah, okay. Who is here? Hello, Truth Seeker. Oh, this is.
Hello, sir. I have two questions. Yeah, I have two questions.
Yeah.
Like I saw some of your videos in the YouTube.
Please, can you comment? Are you a Muslim?
I'm in doubt. I'm seeking the truth.
What's your current stance? Are you what's your current worldview? Doubtful of what?
I'm doubtful, but I have a question. Let me answer so that you will get to know where exactly I'm coming from.
But can you not tell me what you're doubtful, but doubtful of what?
Sir, I'm doubtful, sir. That's all I can say. Let me ask my question.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, sir. So the question where you were talking most of your in the videos about the right hand possess, the Quran verse about the right hand possess, where the Quran gives permission to have to can consummate the marriage with the slaves without marrying them, and you have a problem with that, right?
I have a problem with Islam's treatment of all women, not just the ones which the right
No.
hands.
I'm just let's be specific, sir. Let's be specific. You have a problem with that,
I'm
right?
very specific. Which video did you hear where I was focused on the right hands possessing?
Okay. So the same criteria when you see that the can
Did
you
you
hear
hear
me,
what?
sir?
Okay, I can hear you.
Yeah.
Which
So the same
video?
criteria.
One second. Which video? My main problem with Islam in relation to women is Islam's treatment of all women, including Islamic women,
Okay. So okay, I understand. Now,
not specifically
if
focused on the right hands possessing.
okay, okay. So this it includes that also. So
No, no,
the
no,
thing.
no, 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 no. My main problem, which is what you'll find in all of my videos, my main problem is Islam's treatment of even Islamic women who
Okay.
are sex objects, sex slaves.
Okay. Yes, I'm getting to that. So here, even in the book of like in the Old Testament, you see Solomon had 700 wives and 300 concubines. You see 300 concubines, and David also have wives and concubines. And you see throughout the Old Testament, concubines are there. You know the word concubine, like it's a woman not been married, but you can consummate, like you can have a sexual relation with her. And why are these double standards when you are okay with that in the Bible, but why you're not okay with same thing in the Quran? That's my question.
Sure. So your accusation is that I have double standard. So let's go through this carefully. And what is the double standard you are talking about? Islam in Islamic women, all Islamic women are sex slaves. Solomon and David had concubines. And you are suggesting that I have double standard, which I'm assuming you imply that Arul hates this, Arul likes this. Okay, so let's go through the details. Maybe I'll ask you the first question. When did you hear Arul say that he likes that David and Solomon had concubines? When did you hear? Oh, I
Okay.
particularly focus on Solomon. I don't know which ones in terms of David you have in mind, but let's focus on Solomon. When did you hear me say I'm happy that Solomon had concubines?
I'm not saying you literally said you like Solomon having the concubines. I'm saying you are okay with that. You're not saying
Okay, I'll
Solomon
change.
committed any sin.
I'll change. Arul is okay with this. Arul hates this or is not okay with this.
Yeah.
When did you hear me? When did you hear Arul say that he is okay with Solomon having concubines? When did you hear me say this?
Yes. Because you didn't said it's wrong. You didn't said it Solomon committed any sin. So your silence is that approval. Maybe you can say you are okay with that.
Wow. You came here and accused me of double standard. And I'm now trying to find out what the double standard is.
Okay.
And what I'm already beginning to understand is that the double standard that you have in your mind is based on some assumptions that you have built up in your mind. Did you ever hear me preach about Solomon?
No.
So when
All I
exactly was I silent You know what silence is? You are saying my silence is approval, is what you're
See,
saying.
instead of answering the question, no,
Excuse me,
no,
one second. You're saying my
in,
silence is approval. Excuse me, you're saying my silence is approval. In the
you were
Bible,
not.
in the Bible,
No,
in the Bible, there are all sorts of characters, hundreds of them. When did I attempt, clearly, why did you get the impression that I was commenting about all characters in the Bible? Why did you get that impression?
no. The thing is, you were talking against sex slaves in Islam, and you were talking this is wrong, this is wrong, this is wrong. When you have the same thing in the Bible, why don't you condemn it? I'm asking. When you have the same thing,
Mr. Truth Seeker, please. I know you're asking, but I'd like for you to understand now. In Islam, all women are sex slaves. According to Islam, all women are sex slaves. There is no one who is not a sex slave. According to who? According to not your next door neighbor Muslim. According to not your Muhammad's cousin. No. According to the Quran, which is from the Islamic Allah himself, all women, clearly, of course, I'm now focused on the Islamic women, are sex slaves. If the Islamic Allah thinks all women are sex slaves, I have a problem. If the Islamic Allah thinks all women are sex slaves, I have a problem. Let me ask you, does God of the Bible think all women are sex slaves?
okay, you are saying God of the
Okay.
Bible are not.
Before I'll type this. Islamic Allah thinks all women, yeah, and I mean Islamic women here, particularly. I'm asking you, does Yehovah of the Bible, Yehovah, think all women are sex slaves? Does he think so?
But at least some women he thinks, right?
Which women did Yehovah think are sex slaves?
Concubines.
Okay, listen carefully. Which women did Yehovah think are sex slaves?
I answered you. Concubines.
Okay. So so your answer is concubines. Okay. Where do you get this information from? Where do you get the idea that Yehovah thinks all, or at least some women, Yehovah think that concubines are okay? Where did you get this idea? Where do you get this
Okay.
idea?
Because in the Bible, it was never condemned to have concubine.
Says who? Well, yeah, you're speaking as an expert right now. Where do you think Yehovah thinks concubines are okay?
Nowhere it is condemned
Which nowhere? How many
in the
books have you
Bible, in the
studied?
Old Testament. In the
How
Old
many books
Testament.
have you studied the books of the Old Testament?
So you will show me a verse which will condemn the concubines?
No. Don't. Have you studied?
Not entirely.
Have you studied at least some of the
Yeah.
books of the Old Testament? Which books have you
Okay.
studied?
How does it relate, brother? How I'm having knowledge to
Because
relate it to this
I'm
topic.
trying to find out what you have studied. Have you
Okay,
studied?
I am
Don't do okay.
studied
Have you studied?
pertaining to this topic. I have studied.
Sure. Which books have you studied? So pertaining to this topic, our lovely friend Mr. Truth Seeker has Truth Seeker has studied. Studied. Which pertaining to this topic, which books have you studied?
Like related to this topic, verses from different books.
Which books have you studied?
I'm just saying verses from different books, not just
Yes,
entire book.
different books. Which different books?
Like you can in Deuteronomy, you can say, and Exodus.
Okay. Okay, Deuteronomy, Exodus. Okay, so which? Yeah, Exodus.
Yeah.
Yeah, go on. Yeah, go on further. Only these two?
So like that I have read. So what's your point? I don't understand. Instead of answering, you were I don't know about these questions. Where how many books I read? Instead of answering,
I'll tell you what my problem is. Today, people like you who are utterly clueless, who really haven't got a clue, never read anything properly, show up, and present themselves and push themselves forward as some experts and accuse and so on. I'm astonished. I'm really astonished. If I don't know something, I'll just say, look, I just don't know. I haven't studied this. I want to study. I haven't studied. That's what I would say. That's appropriate humility. Because there are utterly clueless people who have advanced. When they are utterly clueless, we have religions such as Islam. Like someone like you, who was utterly clueless about the Bible, who suddenly thought he was some big fellow. He started a religion called Islam. You could do that, by the way. Start, tomorrow maybe start a new religion. You are well qualified, very, very well qualified. Whilst being utterly clueless, presenting yourself as an expert. My point right now is you have made a huge accusation. You began with accusing me, saying I am happy, and when I narrow down and I focus on is this what Jehovah says, you are now confused. You don't, so why am I asking these questions? The reason I'm asking these questions is this is what your accusation is about. Why did you accuse
did you
when
not get?
are
Did you not get my question, sir? Are you really listening to
I
this?
didn't get your answer. Why
Did
did
you
you
not?
accuse when you are utterly clueless?
I am saying to you, I
Don't
just
say anything. When you are utterly clueless, don't say anything. Why did you say anything when you are utterly clueless?
I'm clueless about what about this topic.
Yeah, you said Deuteronomy studied. I don't know what did you study in Deuteronomy?
Brother, I
Don't do,
just
brother.
asked a
What did
question.
you
You were
study in
not answering
Deuteronomy?
my question. You're beating around the bush. You are not answering my question about the
What was the
concubine.
question that you asked?
Why is it allowed in the Bible and why it is not condemned in the Bible? My question is very clear. Instead of answering, you were, why did you accuse? Why? This is all okay.
Mr.
I have
Truthseeker.
accused. It's a wrong
Wow. Calm.
answer to the question.
Look, don't shout. Be calm.
I'm not shouting.
You are shouting. Instead of having the name Truth Seeker, please change your name and just use the name Truth Picker or something. Focus right now. You came here and you said you have a doubt. This is where you started. You didn't have a question. You said you have a doubt. And I asked you what the doubt was. You said, hey, the doubt is why I have double standard. That was your doubt. Why I have a double standard. So you said, so in other words, I have a double standard. You are merely trying to find out why I had it. That was your doubt. Why did I have double standard? But you knew there was a double standard. Yeah. When someone
And
says,
you
why do
wrote the
you have a
question.
double
You wrote the
standard?
question clearly here.
Whoa. Mr. Toothpicker, please stay focused. When someone says, why do you have a double standard? The person is accusing already that the person they are speaking to has a double standard. He is merely trying to find out why. So, Mr.
I just
Toothpicker,
gave you the answer. I just gave you the answer.
waffling. Where is the double standard is what I'm trying to find out.
I
You
just
accuse me
showed
that I
you.
have. Where is it?
It's in the Bible. It's in the Bible. I just
Look, where
showed
is
you.
this?
Solomon.
Whoa. It's in the Bible, is what you said, and that is where I am going, to the actual comparison, and I'm asking, where does Jehovah do that? I'm asking. You are struggling. I've asked you. This is why we have asked the question, because you are accusing fundamentally, cluelessly, with no facts to provide. And all that you've got is your toothpicking tools and shouting. This is all you're doing. Instead
Okay,
of
let me ask you straight question.
don't ask
Let me ask you straight.
Don't ask me why did you accuse without having a clue.
Sir, please, can you answer my question? Okay, I'm sorry. I apologize. I apologize.
You
Can you
better
answer my...
apologize and calm down accordingly. Don't accuse people without having a clue. Please don't.
Okay, I apologize.
Don't do okay. Don't do okay. You
Can you
come
answer
here.
now?
Wow. Hey, are you kidding me right now? Can you imagine me coming to your place and accusing you, and then suddenly say, okay, don't give me coffee, don't do. I'm trying to find out, what kind of person is this who shows up accusing utterly clueless? I'm trying to find out. Okay, if you now want to find out about God of the Bible, my dear friend, I challenge you. God of the Bible respects women. God of Jehovah. You are utterly clueless and deluded and would not even accept that you haven't got a clue about the Bible. I don't know what parts of the Bible, you said Deuteronomy, Exodus. I don't know what you read. I haven't got a clue, because I have read my Bible cover to cover. I have studied things in detail, all sorts of details. And I'm astonished. According to the Bible, Adam and the woman, the first human beings God created. Did God, Jehovah, allow Adam to treat the woman as a sex slave?
I know you will not answer about concubine. I know that.
Mr.
Instead of
Toothpicker,
answering, you will talk.
Mr.
I
Toothpicker,
know you will not
Mr.
answer.
Toothpicker, Mr. Toothpicker, stay focused.
I know.
I'm teaching you right now. Please stay focused.
No, you are not answering. Instead of answering, why did they have concubine? And are you okay with that?
Are you, Mr. Toothpicker? I don't know
Answer
if
my
you...
question. Why you are going to the Adam and his wife? I know that. Why did the Solomon had concubines? Did God allowed it?
Because
Why
Solomon
did he
was
allow it?
evil.
Huh?
Because Solomon was evil.
Why did God did not condemn him for that? When David did adultery,
Look, that's
God condemned. Listen to me. When
Mr.
David committed a sin with Bathsheba,
Excuse
he
me,
come.
Mr. Toothpicker. Excuse me, Mr.
God
Toothpicker. Mr. Toothpicker.
condemned him.
Mr.
But when
Toothpicker.
they did,
Mr. Toothpicker.
if you
Mr.
understand
Toothpicker.
my question,
You
okay,
are
I
no, you
listen.
are actually clueless. You are rambling on just because you've got a microphone. You're rambling on. Listen. Does the Bible present Solomon in positive light in relation to his personal exploits? Does the Bible present him in positive light?
What do you mean?
Well, I mean exactly what I've asked. If you stay focused, you may understand. The Bible is a book with plenty of information about King Solomon. Does the Bible present King Solomon positively in relation to his personal exploits when it came to things about his women? Does the Bible present him in positive note?
Yes.
Where?
He's a king. God gave him wisdom and
Okay. Mr.
all
Rambling
that
on,
he needs.
please, Mr. Toothpicker, please wait. Mr. Toothpicker, yeah, Mr. Toothpicker, this is your challenge. Does the Bible present Solomon in good light in relation to his
No, I know, sir.
sexual
You will not
exploits?
answer. You know,
Does the
you will not
Bible
answer.
present Solomon in good light in relation to his sexual exploits? Is the question I've asked.
Yes, there is a verse which says Solomon married so many wives, their wives turned his heart away from the God. Yes, there are verses pertaining to that. I know that what you are referring, but that's not my question. I said, why did God did not condemn him for having a concubine? That's my
Mr.
simple question.
Mr.
Why
Toothpicker,
didn't
Mr.
God?
Toothpicker, Mr.
Why
Toothpicker, you
didn't
are utterly
God?
clueless.
Why am I
Mr.
clueless? I'm asking a clear question. Why can't you answer? Why did God condemn? Answer.
If you instead of shouting, if you stay calm, stay focused right now, you are assuming Solomon is presented in as an example or in good light in relation to his sexual exploits. Where do you get this idea from? You are delusional, you are utterly clueless, and you are an angry man who clearly has failed his examination on the Bible. And I don't know what religion you currently follow. Maybe you're a Muslim, maybe you're something. I haven't got a clue. But you are terribly angry when being utterly clueless. That's not a good combination. I'm asking you if your assumption is true. Does the Bible present Solomon in good light in relation to his sexual exploits?
In both ways,
In what?
in good or bad. Okay.
In good light, are his sexual exploits presented in good light?
He married so many wives that led him to turn his heart away.
Have you got
That a verse.
comprehension problem? I asked a specific question. I don't have time whether you had breakfast. I'm not asking whether you liked your breakfast, whether you liked your lunch or not. Stay focused on the question. Does the Bible present Solomon in good light?
You want your question to be answered. When I ask the question, you don't answer. When I ask the question, you don't answer. You want your question to be answered by me.
You know why? Do you know why?
You are not answering my question. I
Mr.
just gave you.
Toothpicker, do you know why? Do you know why? Mr. Toothpicker, I'm asking what Bible's view on Solomon is because that was your first point, Mr. Toothpicker. Your first point is junk. You want me to go to your second point, third point, fourth point? Not interested. You said
Okay.
Arul is okay, Yehovah is okay, the Bible is okay. I'm trying to find out if that is the case. This is your first point, and you're struggling with your first point, Mr. Toothpicker.
You're not giving me a verse. You're not giving me a verse. Show me a verse where it is not
gave
okay.
me accusing. I'm asking you on what basis are you accused?
I just told you. First Kings. You want me to give you the reference? First Kings chapter 3, verse number 7.
Okay. First Kings chapter 3, verse 7. Let's read.
Or you want me to give more verses? You talk without reference. I talk with reference.
I want you to stay quiet right now. Unbelievable. I don't know what. Remarkable. Okay. So 1 Kings chapter 3, verse 7. Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Okay, 1 minute.
Yeah, what are you going to
11,
learn
11,
to read?
11, 11, 11, 11. Go to 11, not 7.
Something. Okay, 11. Okay, 11. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Yep.
Oh my God! I think I gave you the wrong reference. Wait.
You are utterly clueless. Just agree.
Let me check. 1 minute.
You're not checking anything. You're a toothpicker who is utterly clueless. What are you checking? Unbelievable. Chat GPT. Ask Chat GPT. Ask, I don't know what you're asking. Instead of studying something, coming here and shouting and being angry when being utterly clueless. Can you imagine this level of nonsense? Hello, Mr. Toothpicker. What's going on? You have stalled right now. Why? Hello.
But you were not answering my question regarding why God did not
Are you
condemn it.
confused
But
right now? Are you confused right now, Mister? If you
I'm not.
don't stick to, excuse me, Mister. I don't know if you realized, from truth seeker, you have become tooth picker. If you don't stick to the topic at hand, I won't respect you even as a tooth picker. So stay focused. This is your first accusation. You implied right at the start that Solomon having concubines is some good example presented in the Bible. That's what you suggested, implied. I'm trying to find out where you got your delusional ideas from. I'm trying to find out. I'm not going to any other question. I'm staying on question number 1. Where did you get this idea from? Simple. If you
Open
don't
Judges
know the
chapter
answer,
19.
say again.
Judges chapter 19.
Judges. So you've gone from Solomon to someone else now. Okay, Judges chapter 19. Yeah, okay.
You can read from the beginning.
Read what? Look, I can read. I know. We're trying to find out if you can read.
Okay, I'm gonna read. And it
Wow,
came to pass.
wow. Excuse me. What are you going to read? Tell us so we can go through it carefully. What are you planning to read?
It's about concubine.
Is it about Solomon?
No, it's not about Solomon. It's
So
some
moved away
other.
from Solomon. Yeah, wow. So he moved away from Solomon
It's
without
all about
agreeing.
concubine.
Mr. Liar.
Not only. It's all
Mister,
about
you're
concubine.
not a truth seeker. Neither are you a tooth picker. You are a liar.
Hey, you don't have an answer. I understand now. You, instead of answering, you have not given a verse where God did not condemned. You're not given any answer. Instead of answering my question, Bible respects woman. Bible says Bible respects woman, and Adam has wife. Did Adam treated their woman anyone as a slave? Instead of answering my question, very simple question: why didn't God did not condemned concubine in the Bible? You were not answering that question.
Okay, listen. Unbelievable level. So, okay. Oh, one question, Mr. Liar has. Mr. Liar, yeah? You're now Mr. Liar. You should know this. Mr. Liar has one question that I haven't answered. Okay, let's try and find out what the one question is. Why did the Bible not condemn what?
Concubine, having a concubine.
Why did the Bible not condemn having a concubine? And who is a concubine according to you?
One who is
Define
not
a
married.
concubine according to you.
Not
Say
according
again.
to me. According to the Bible, someone who is been not married, but you can have sexual relations with them.
Who you have someone with whom you have sexual relationship with
Without marriage.
when not married is
Yes.
okay. Now let me ask you the simple question. Do you know? So your accusation is that the Bible does not condemn.
Okay. Go ahead.
Do you know what the penalty according to the Torah for having a sexual relationship with someone who you haven't married? Do you know what the penalty is?
I don't know.
Yeah. But you said the Bible does not condemn. Why did you say that?
Brother, it's about here. That is,
Mr. Brother, you said it does not condemn. Why did you say it when you don't know what the penalty is?
it's about the stranger. Here it is about the concubine.
Listen
Concubine
carefully.
stranger. You said
Listen carefully.
stranger. Be precise. You said stranger.
Mr.
You
Liar.
said stranger.
Listen, Mr. Liar, listen.
You are a liar. You just said a stranger, not a concubine. You're twisting the words.
I didn't use the word strange. I don't know what you.
Stranger. You said you just someone who slept with a stranger. What punishment do they get? You just said
I didn't
stranger,
use
not
the
a
word.
concubine. Show me
I
the
didn't
verse.
use.
Okay.
I didn't use the word stranger.
Now then, what did you use?
With someone you haven't married, when you have sexual relationship, do you know what the Bible, what the Torah gives us the penalty?
Yes, stoning to death. That's
Yes,
adultery. That's adultery.
which is
Adultery.
without marriage.
Yeah,
Mister,
which is
look,
without marriage.
look, you have been shouting too much. You have learned, you have read nothing, learned nothing, just shouting. I don't even know if you're looking at ChatGPT and what you're looking at, making things up as you go along. I see you, by the way, as someone who does not have a clue but does not want to learn, which is not good. And when you don't have a clue and don't want to learn, don't shout, don't be angry. It's a destructive combination. If you want to learn, ask. And the way to ask is you ask me what the Bible stands on marital relationships. You ask me, I will help you understand. You, unfortunately, are ill qualified to criticize because you haven't got a clue. Now, I'm going to offer you one chance. What is it that you want? Do you want to learn what the Bible stands on marriages, relationship between men and women is? Is that what you want to learn? Or do you want to shout about Solomon about whom you haven't got a clue? Or someone else about whom you haven't got a clue? What is your choice?
Explain me about the concubine thing in the Bible. Why concubines are there in the Bible, and what is their role, and are they our wives, or what exactly they are?
Human beings like you, like me, are terrible in all sorts of different ways. For instance, in your case, you shout, you are angry when you are utterly clueless. Why are people like this? This is how people are. They show up, they haven't got a clue, yet shout and so on. Likewise, there are people who have had concubines. Now, God hasn't beaten you up just because you've showed up here, shouted when you're utterly clueless. He didn't do. He didn't come and beat you up. He didn't, terminate you. Likewise, he didn't terminate King Solomon. Because if he terminated him, he'll need to terminate you. He need to terminate every single human being. And so, the Bible has records of many things, including things which are not of the pattern of God. The Bible has records of many things, including things which are not of the pattern of God. Solomon having concubines is one such example. Now, what does the biblical God, what is a good pattern which Solomon did not follow? A good pattern comes from when God explained things right at the start. That's where the
What
good pattern. if you want to waffle on, I'm really not interested, my dear friend. You waffled on too much. Yeah. Why do you have to interrupt right now?
I was saying that you said people in the past time, like now, we do mistakes. God did not intervene and corrected us. Just like that, Solomon also did a mistake having a concubine, and David, and so on and so forth. But okay, I understand that perspective where they did committed mistake. But when it is going against his law, so when David committed adultery with Bathsheba, he did said it was wrong. He did condemned it. But why not when they are having the concubine? Why didn't God condemned it?
Good.
His silence is approval. That's my question. Thank you, sir. Go ahead.
Sure. So now, okay. So your question is something else right now. Your question right now is, whereas when David did something wrong, God came to judge him. Why didn't God judge Solomon? It's a good question to ask. The answer is pretty simple. The expectations God had on David is very different to the expectations God had on Solomon. Solomon was a lost cause. I say lost cause. He wasn't ultimately lost, but he was a lost cause in so many different ways through the majority of his tenure. There is no such thing called a throne of Solomon. There is no such thing called a covenant to Solomon. He's not a significant man as compared to David. David, on the other hand, was a very different person. David, through most of his tenure, was in the good books of God. If you have two children, one of them is someone who is with you, who has tried to obey you, who wants to learn from you. And if you have another child who disrespected you and ran away from you, of course you would have you would have less interest, for all sorts of different reasons. The one who ran away from you, you're not going to correct him every now and then because he has run away from you. But the one who is with you, when he does some mistake, you'll say, look, that's a mistake, please don't do. Do you understand?
I understand, but
Yeah.
in 2 Samuel chapter 5,
One second. I'll complete one second. King David was that person who was with God, and therefore he had a covenant, and he had some promises associated with covenant. The eternal throne of Jesus is actually the throne of David. It isn't the throne of Solomon, it is the throne of David. So David is that special man. Solomon is not that special man. Vastly different characters. Solomon, the Lord doesn't present as an example for most things in life. He does not. Solomon, the one good thing with Solomon is eventually he learned and he came back, but that was a good thing. And so it's a very different ball game. So please now go ahead.
2 Samuel 5:13 to 16 states that, as you mentioned, David was an important person. That's why God corrected him the matters. But David also, the same David
Not
also
in all
took the,
matters, not in all matters, in some relevant matters. Yeah.
some relevant matters. The same David also took concubines in 2 Samuel chapter 5 verse number 13 to 16, which states
Sure.
David took concubines. Then why did God did not condemn him?
Okay.
Since he condemned for adultery, he should also condemn for having concubine. As you said, he was important. Can you answer me, sir?
In relation to David's marital life was a mess. David's marital life was a mess. His first wife was given to him and taken away from him by King Saul. Can you imagine getting married and your wife was taken away by the state from you, and the state chases after you to kill you. Can you imagine that situation? That's what David was in. He went through trauma. His life was not an ordinary life. So when it comes to marital relationship, the Lord doesn't take David as an example. He does not. He does not. As an example, he does not. The only reason he actually pointed out to the problem in relation to Bathsheba is not because he took an additional lady as a wife or a concubine or whatever. No, not because of that. Not because his marital life was glorious until then, and now he's made a mistake. Not because of that. His marital life was a mess already. But with David, the reason Bathsheba issue even became an issue is because Bathsheba was someone else's wife. And on top of that, David not just took someone else's wife, David also ended up murdering the husband of that lady, Uriah. So this was another dimension which the Lord took seriously, on which David was close to the Lord. In relation to his marital life, it was a mess. For marital life, David isn't presented as an example in the Bible. He isn't. As a matter of fact, according to the Bible, kings, God suggested that Israel should never have kings. Because right at the start, when Israel wanted the first king, God said, don't ask for a king, because the king will do terrible things to you, including take many of your women as wives and concubines. He warned the nation against that.
Yes, sir. Come again. I didn't hear that last part.
Right at the start, when right at the start, essentially, I think in the Torah, I can find the passage for you. God actually warned the nation of Israel. According to God, the nation of Israel should not have had a human king. Should not have had. Only God was supposed to be the king. The nation of Israel was supposed to be a kingless nation. This is why the nation began with Moses, who wasn't a king. Moses was not a king. Neither was Joshua a king. Neither were the judges. The initial period of around 400 years, where people helped the nation of Israel after they came into Canaan were judges, not kings. God never envisaged the nation to be ruled by kings. And one of the reasons, apart from many other reasons, one of the reasons was that he said, look, if you have kings, they will dominate you. He warned the nation. He said, look, if you appoint a king, if you want a king, if you appoint a king, the king will take your women. Many of you, instead of getting married just to one lady and sticking to that one lady, they will take many of your daughters, because now they have power. They will do it. He warned against that.
Okay.
So in other words, he warned against the practices that you are concerned about right now. He warned against that.
Can you give me the reference? I will make a note of it.
Yeah, sure. Let me just give me 1 second. Okay, so Deuteronomy. So Deuteronomy 7. Deuteronomy, by the way, is part of the Torah, which is the rule book, the law, the law of God. And here, in Deuteronomy 17, it talks about how judges rule, judges judge in the nation of Israel and so on. And then it goes on in verse 14. When you come to the land which the Lord your God is giving you and possess it and dwell in it, clearly Deuteronomy was given as they were in Exodus. The nation was coming out of Egypt. They still haven't got into Canaan. But when you go into Canaan, the Lord said, and possess it and dwell in it, when you are there, and say, when you say, in the situation, in the circumstance, you say, I will set a king over me, like all the nations that are around me. Like other nations have kings, so I will also want a king. When you ask of it, God says, okay, when you do that, you should surely set a king over you. You will do it. And the Lord may suggest to you who you could do, but he won't go against your wish to have a king. And then it says, one from among your brethren who you shall set as a king over you. You may not set a foreigner over you who is not your brother. So he is at least providing that constraint. And then he says, but he shall not, now God is giving restrictions. What are the restrictions? He shall not multiply horses for himself. If you have a king, let that king not, by the way, this king, God is not suggesting. When you suggest, you guys come up with this idea, you enforce, when you do that, they should not multiply horses for himself. A king will have an automatic tendency to do it. Oh, look, I need a strong army, many horses. Nor cause the people to return to Egypt to multiply horses. He is not supposed to go somewhere and get horses, multiply horses. For the Lord has said to you, you shall not return that way. Neither shall he multiply wives for himself, lest his heart turn away. Nor shall he greatly multiply silver or gold for himself. So in other words, also it shall be when he sits on the throne of his kingdom that he shall write for himself a copy of this law in a book. From the one before the priests and the Levites, it shall be with him, and he shall read it all the days of his life, that he may learn to fear the Lord his God, and be careful to observe all the words of this law and these statutes, that his heart may not be lifted above his brethren. His heart may not be lifted above his brethren, that he may not turn aside from the commandment to the right or the left, that he may prolong his days in his kingdom. So God now gives normative case. And the normative case is, first of all, no kingdom, no king. King, God isn't suggesting, but he says, look, but you guys will suggest. Why? Because you want to be like the nation surrounding you. But when you suggest, at least let me tell you restrictions. Well, choose from your brethren, but let the guy not dominate. Not many horses. Not multiply wives. You're not supposed to multiply wives, because the pattern before that, one wife. God, that's the pattern God has given. Don't multiply, because if you multiply, there'll be all sorts of problems. That's not my pattern for you.
It says wives, not concubine, right?
Even wives, let alone concubines. You're not supposed to marry anyone apart from one lady. This is the pattern God gave right at the start, and this is the pattern God gave even in the last book. The last book of Malachi, last book of the Old Testament is Malachi. God raised this as a precise complaint. He said, look, you have left your wives of your youth. You're supposed to get married to one lady when you're young, and you need to stick to that lady until the end. That's the pattern God gave right at the start, and he was complaining that people didn't do that at the end of the book of Malachi.
So God tolerated.
Say again.
So God tolerated during that time.
Yes, this is where I wanted you to understand, Truth Seeker. The point is this: the Bible records many events. Would you believe in the Bible there are plenty of people who are sort of friends of God, people who are favorable to God, people towards whom God was favorable, like King David, Abraham, Isaac, Jacob, even Solomon in some regards, and so on. But would you believe the Bible is very clear, none of them is presented as perfect. God always points out to their problems. He says, look, but that did not mean God beat them up for every problem. He did not do that. He understood that for various problems, he had to excuse them because of various reasons. But God still had a pattern in place.
Yes.
That's how the Bible is written. There's only one person who is presented as perfect in the Bible, and that is Jesus.
Yes. Okay, I understand this, and I have this last one, and I'll go. And thank you for answering me. And I have this last question, and I'll go. The Bible is very.
Add one little detail. Apologies, just one little detail. This normative behavior God gave. you can see how God actually hesitate when the time when Israel asked for the first king was in the book of Samuel. Yeah? In the first book of Samuel, Israel wanted their first king, and God and the first king eventually was King Saul. And God actually reminded that God was grieved that they asked for a king, because you understood they won't rule like me, that they
Yes.
will dominate. Yeah, cool. I just wanted to add the one little point. Please go ahead.
And this is the last one. I'll go. And thanks for your time.
Sure.
And thanks for having me. The thing is, you also you acknowledge that the Bible have textual variants both in the Old and New Testaments based on present manuscripts or earlier manuscripts, Dead Sea Scrolls, Septuagint. So you do acknowledge we don't have the original. We don't have originals. You do acknowledge the textual variants. Does it not affect your faith? Does it not affect your faith? You can only construct the original wording up to 97%, let's say 98%. But the 2%, which you are in doubtful whether it is a part of the word of God or not, does it not affect your faith? And this is my final question, and I leave.
Sure.
Thank you.
Thank you much. Now, firstly, just to correct you, the presence of textual variants, I acknowledge there are variants today, extant variants, but to acknowledge that there are extant variants does not actually mean the text has been lost. They are entirely different ball games. The text, essentially, let's put it, if I could put it this way, like you said 97%, what percent, we can argue, and I can completely come up with a different judgment. I might say, actually, you know what, I know this particular text is reliable, I might say, and I might say the other ones are variants, they have veered away from the actual original. So in other words, whilst acknowledging variants, I'm not saying everyone should, I'm saying some people like me might be able to say, look, but I won't say we have lost the text. I might be able to give a commentary on why I think this is the original text, which I would do, but not today. Yeah, this is the stance I take. I say, look, actually, this text is the original one. So in other words, I won't say text has been lost. Now, having said that, you are entirely right. That even if people don't agree, you are entirely right that the text has already converged, meaning any disagreement is on very marginal portions. And believe it or not, the marginal portions have no, the term is the marginal variation. I can give you some examples of the variations, by the way. But before giving the examples, I'll say I'll give the conclusion. The marginal portions have near next to no bearing on Christian day-to-day living and Christian theological learning and many aspects of Christian theology. In fact, most aspects, and therefore they virtually are irrelevant. I say irrelevant, but because I'm using the term virtually, I'm approximating. I'll tell you why. One, I'll give you a simple example. I don't know if you're familiar with this. There is a situation where Jesus, there was a prostitute who was caught in the act of prostitution, who was supposed to be stoned, and therefore people were chasing. And Jesus said, look, whoever amongst you who doesn't have sin, throw the stone at her first. And no one could, and they left. And Jesus sent her away, saying, do not sin anymore. Now that portion is not there in some manuscripts. Now I have reasons to think the manuscripts which don't have that portion are clearly divergent They are divergent. They are not denominative texts. They are divergent. I'm of that view, and I can give a lecture on that maybe on another occasion and before another audience. But now the point is, but that has no bearing on the theological foundation of Christian living. For instance, of course, Jesus, the deity of Jesus, the resurrection of Jesus, the fact of Jesus, having to follow Jesus, the fact of forgiving others, the fact that the Bible says, look, no one is perfect, and therefore let's not, fight, let's not accuse each other. All of us, let's confess before God. All of those cardinal points already made. This is merely one additional example, which a person can genuinely not even know in his or her entire life and yet live a successful Christian life. Not every Christian would even know all the examples in the Bible. They don't have to know. There's plenty of redundancy built in the biblical text. So, long story short, there is no lack of, there is no reason to, there is no, the text is concrete.
I understand, sir. The minor disputes about the verses, passages will not affect the doctrine, as you said. It will not affect the doctrine, as you said.
Also there is redundancy. So points made in some of these passages are points made elsewhere already.
Okay, so that's why you people will not say the Bible is preserved word for word, letter to letter. You can't say that, right?
We won't say this. Or rather, we won't even. That's not even an area we. For us, the Bible is preserved in the sense that the text is already converged, and the original text is somewhere within the text that we have. Now, some people may have an opinion on what that text is. That's it. So we know the Bible is here. That's what we mean. We don't get into the word for word. We don't. That's not a point that we care about. That's not a point we are fussed about. We care about, not fussed about.
Okay. So you think the Bible is preserved, but it does contain some extra information, which is man-made information, but it is still preserved. Yes,
I'm not saying actually. I'm not saying man-made information is there. What I'm saying is there are some way. The original text is there. There are some divergent texts, but the divergent texts are preserved in manuscripts. Now people can comment and say, look, those are divergent texts. This is the original text. People can study this and comment like that.
Okay, the original is still there with us.
Original is clearly within what we already have. The original is there.
100%. 100% original is there.
Absolutely, yeah. People will present different. Now, in contrast, I don't know if you're a Muslim. I'm not sure, but the Quran does not even come close to this. Does not even come close.
Word for word, letter to letter, it's preserved. They say all the time.
People can say anything they want to say. What they say doesn't matter. This is where I present my case. I'm writing a book, right? I'm writing my second book on Islam. And in my second book of Islam, I will explain how I see Islam actually started based on evidence. I will present evidence from the Quran also, as I would do from non-Quranic early archaeological and literary evidence. I will show from all sorts of different places, and you would be surprised. I will demonstrate beyond reasonable doubt that actually there are characters in the Quran which are thought to be Muhammad. They think, they read something and they say, actually that's Muhammad, but they are not actually Muhammad demonstrably. I will demonstrate who is who and how they are not Muhammad by pointing to specific details. You'll be surprised. In other words, the Quran is a text that people can't even read who the characters they are about. That's how much the Quran is lost until you in any version of Islam today, Sunni Islam, Shia Islam, they have, because of course they read the Quran with the they have a storyline in mind. Whatever. With that storyline, the Quran has been lost. But only critical scholarship can expose, and I will expose. I will. When you will be surprised if you're familiar with the Quran. You will be surprised when you see some of the details I will bring up, and you will be astonished that, like I said, some specific passages which are seen as Muhammad passages, I will demonstrate are not Muhammad passages, but are some other passages related to some other characters, and I will demonstrate that through solid evidence.
Okay. This I understand this preserved part. This thing is about this uh, this collection, this canonization also. Why didn't God did not guide all of them? Why there is no standard from within the first, second, third century until 16th century? You will see the 66 books are standardized. Till then, all the churches were disputed about the books. Some are considered to be as useful, some considered to be as this extra books. Why God did not guided them till 16th century? Why didn't he guide till why didn't God guided them till 16th century when Martin Luther against protested against, and then it is separated? Why God was silent during that time? Like why did he guided them in the first century itself? Why did he not guided them in the first century?
The claim that the Bible canon was established without controversy only in the 16th century is wrong. Is wrong, factually wrong. Essentially, right from the first century, all for a moment, okay, maybe I'll put it this way. Right from the first century, all different quote unquote Christian groups had the same New Testament. Same New Testament. 27 books. Same. The difference in the canon comes only from the Old Testament. And about the Old Testament, there has been a very, there are very different, a few different ways to establish, how the 66, what pertains to 66, which is the 39 books, is the correct collection. But that information was there right from the first century. Oh, actually, it goes pre-first century, because that comes from the nation of Israel. That comes from the Old Testament times, from the custodians of the Old Testament text, who is the nation of Israel. Nothing to do with the church. Or anyone who claims to be the church. So just people, so that is important to understand. So to claim that in 16th century it was corrected is wrong. The Old Testament is the Old Testament right from the first century. It was understood to be the Old Testament by the appropriate custodians, who are the people of the nation of Israel.
Why Holy Spirit is not guiding them to be canonized 39 books in the first century? Why they were disputing? Why Holy Spirit is not guiding them?
39 books.
About the Catholics and the Orthodox and Ethiopian.
Catholics, Orthodox did not exist in the first century.
Not first century, like in the following centuries, they have disputed councils about which books to be kept, which books are not to be kept. The following centuries, why Holy Spirit did not guide them? That's my question.
Yes, but please, you, in your question, there are misunderstandings embedded, and I'm trying to help you understand.
Okay, sir.
Even today, people can argue. Yeah, even today, there's nothing preventing from some next door Tom, Dick, and Harry from arguing and say, "Oh, maybe there should be 5 more books." There's nothing preventing from that happening. Anyone can argue. As long as they are alive, they have a mouth to speak. They can say whatever they want to say. Yeah, even today. Just because there is a new group of new religion like Mormonism or something that starts today, say, "Oh, there should be 2 more books." Or like the Muslims say, "Oh, there should be 1 more book." Just because someone starts something at some stage doesn't mean the previous guys were clueless. Number one, the previous guys could have still understood. And that is my point. First century, second century, and the previous guys, the original guys, had understood everything properly. It's not in the 16th century that anyone understood first time. No, first century, People had understood properly. The apostles weren't quibbling about the Old Testament canon. No, they didn't. Old Testament canon was understood properly. And that is the important point I'm making. Now, second point. But later at a later time, why did people quibble, and why didn't God somehow give an agreement without quibbling? God does not guarantee that. Today my next door neighbor could quibble and start a new religion. God isn't saying I will prevent that from happening. God doesn't say that. So there are people who misunderstand and do their own stuff, and that's it. They do, and God allows free choice based decisions to happen as they happen. The Bible doesn't provide a framework where God will prevent these things from happening. What the Bible does provide is a clear mechanism by which the original guys specifically clearly define what the original is, which happened in the first century. The first century guys had the perfect text, no problem. New Testament, Old Testament, perfect. Later guys were confused. Some later guys were confused, and for all sorts of different reasons. But that's a different topic.
So you're saying the church, when the early churches who recognized New Testament, when that same church recognized this deuterocanonical books, you are accepting one thing and you are rejecting when they are accepting this other deuterocanonical books. You are rejecting that. Yeah, you understood my question.
Yeah, I understood your question. You're caricaturing what really happened. That's not what I'm doing. The apostles had a perfect. I am in agreement with the apostles on both counts. The Old Testament, New Testament, both. I agree with them.
The church
I
I'm
don't know
saying.
who you have in mind. I'm assuming you have some Roman Catholic institution from a later time in mind.
Yeah.
I'm not.
Yeah, 3rd
They are
century,
not
4th
the source
century.
of information. They are not the source of information for me, both in regards to the Old Testament and the New Testament. I'm not dependent on them at all.
Okay. Then you answered my question, sir. Thank you, sir.
Sure. Thank you very much. Truth Seeker, thank you very much. Of course, we started in an interesting note, but I'm really glad that we were able to shift gears. For me, but long story short, I hope that our conversation was productive. I approached the conversation right the way through with your best interest in mind, as I understood. So I trust that you enjoyed our conversation. It was yeah. So thank you very much for
Thank you, sir.
this conversation. God's blessings. And okay, maybe okay, that's fine. Thank you much. There is someone else in the backstage. Joe, could we bring? I know the gentleman has been waiting for a long time. Hello, Roni. Hello, Roni. Hello. Hello, Roni. Is Roni asleep? Hello, Roni. Okay. There's a gentleman in the backstage, but perhaps he was waiting for a long time. Perhaps he left the phone on, and I could hear someone speak, but perhaps they don't realize we have picked up the call. Brother Joe, so I think best is we wrap up. It's 11 o'clock. Best we wrap this up here. I have to ring someone. I said I'll speak to them at 10 o'clock. Now it's 11 o'clock. But thank you very much. Lovely. Cool. Thank you very much, everyone, for staying. No, I'm not waiting right now, Max. Thank you much. Yeah, it did sound like that. I think they might have gone to bed after joining. Anyway, thank you very much for being with us throughout the stream. Garden to I'm not sure. I didn't see the jokes, but hopefully, I'm really glad that we had a few productive conversations at the end, especially Truth Seeker. I'm really, really glad. Initially, I don't know, but maybe we know both the better. Maybe there was anyway. I'm glad that the conversation took a turn, and we were able to have a meaningful engagement. And I have suddenly become a mafia ringleader. That's it. Cool. What we're going to do right now is pray, and we'll close with that. Anything else that I missed? Maybe not. Okay. Let's pray and close. Father, we come before your throne of grace. Lord, especially I'm trying to remember all the people that I had conversations with today, Lord. Truth Seeker. Prior to that, Mr. X. Prior to that, what's his name? Abdul. Was it Abdul or the gentleman who asked about where Jesus said that he was God? And other people today, Alex. And the others with whom we had a conversation today, Lord. Thank you for today. Thank you for the many conversations, productive conversations. Help us, we pray. Lord, ultimately, let your name be glorified. Let your name be glorified. Lord, we pray that through your Spirit, Lord, you might remind everyone the details of what were discussed. We pray that through your Spirit, Lord, that you may awaken, you may move, you may convict, convince. Lord, all the words that I spoke, which perhaps were of you, Lord, I pray that you may make them be useful. But if anything I said was not of you, I sincerely apologize. Lord, I pray that you may take those away so people only remember what is of you, Lord. Please help everyone. Thank you very much for the Christian family that supports. Thank you very much for Brother Joe who supports. Thank you for all the non-Christians who are here. We pray for the non-Christians who are here, Lord. Muslims, non-Muslims, and help us, we pray. Take care of all. Bless you, Lord. I commend all in your hands. In Jesus' precious name we pray. Amen. Amen. Thank you much. Abbas was the name. Sorry, that's the name I missed. Did you go for it? Yeah. Thank you very much, brothers and sisters. Thank you very much. God's blessings. Thank you. Brother Matthew, shalom indeed. Thank you very much, Brother Kaushik. Sister Westerwine. Amen. God's blessings to you all. Stay safe. Take care. God's blessings, every one of you. Thank you. Bye.